Alright. I believe we are live for the second time today now. That's because we are. I'm doing a whole lot better than I was this morning. Trust me. Yeah, it's only been about 10 hours since I last talked to y'all. That's fine with me though. We are in for the world tour now. Some more around the world tour. And so let's go ahead and get New Sky up. Oh. Yo, cam needs to get fixed again. Yeah, I want everyone to notice how likely that is. Now, I can figure this to be -6. See how much better that is? Okay, default. Alright, and we're going to take the A350 today because I like it. Alright, let's go ahead and get New Sky running. And flight radar 24. Or sorry, VATSIM radar. Map.vatsim.net if anyone's curious. They're diverting to Baltimore? Yeah, it appears so. Come over here. Yeah, we are. It appears we most likely have the whole place to ourselves. That's because we do. So we were at Bravo 3 when we made that horrendous approach. Alright, Bravo 3. Go ahead and get to Bravo 3 then. Come on now. In the meantime, awards around the world. I'll get that flight plan in a moment. The indie builds. The A350 1000. We're gonna use the A340 here soon again. Actually. So what? Actually, yeah, let's use the A340 actually. Good, be some good practice in it. We'll use A340 today actually. We need to get to Singapore, which is down here. Somewhere. I think. Bangkok. We're gonna be at those airports later. Yes. Singapore, Shenzhen. Alright, come on. What's going on with the mouse? Mouse, it doesn't help. Actually, it's not just the mouse. It's damn, it was the whole computer there. And it's the whole computer again. Oh dear. Is everything fixed? No, it's not. Ow! Center departure. No, yeah, we'll take the A340 today. Three, 4, 3. Departure time. Give us an extra 5 minutes or so. Book flight to it. Oh, that'll be easy to put in sim brief. That ought to be easy to put in sim brief. Bird 93 Whiskey Heavy. Running from Whiskey Sierra 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 to Whiskey India. We are A343. Let me just verify that that's actually what the leg is. Yes, it is. Generate flight. Get V-pilot up now. Speedbird 93 Whiskey Heavy in A343. get up to Vatson. Let me go ahead and get this flight plan on file. Yeah, we're gonna take the A340 today, actually. Bit of a change in plans. It does feel like it's been forever since we last took the. Well, it does feel like it's been forever since we last used any kind of like A320 like flight deck. And maybe I can go and get up. Aeronaut livery, of course. Take care of those. Anything? And do we have anything on here that we need to take care of? No, we do not. We do not. All right. I can go right there. Thank you. And continue to comment on 122.8 on the video over here. All right. Hey, Seb. It's been it really has, to be honest. We are at Singapore right now. Actually, let me get the lens up because that might help us out. Yeah, it really has. Let's see here. External power, batteries to on. We're taking the A340. In this first leg, hang on. Add flight plan to airports I cannot pronounce. So it's to, I guess, Jakarta. So this leg should actually be really, really fast. Wow, that thing turned on fast. Let me just quickly reset my thing. Push to talk. There we go. I wish there was a way for vPilot to have multiple buttons for push to talk, right? Because I have a button on the yoke and I have a button on the side stick. All right. Let me just go ahead and tell this thing to refresh. There we go. All right. Let's take a look at this. And yeah, init. Request flight plan. Go and get it from SimBrief. Speedbird 93 Whiskey Heavy. Even though they don't actually operate the 340. That's fine though. Let's see here. Flight plan. What are the winds looking like? Where are they? Not used to this aircraft at all. In fairness, though, it is brand new. My flight, maybe? Yeah. The wind is 180 degrees, 3 knots. And did I just see lightning? That sim radar. Yeah, there's a bit of a storm on top of us. Might be past by the time we get there. Or by the time we are ready for departure. So yeah, the option of 20 right. Yeah, let's take 20 right, actually. Take the same runway that we completely blotched up an approach with, which absolutely should have been a go-around. And actually, New Sky knocked off points for that. We're going to take 20 right. And what departure does SimBrief have us on? ENT8 Bravo. So that'll be an ENT8 Foxtrot departure, most likely. Let's take a look at what Navgraph has to say about anything. Insert that. As IRS things are aligning, so the thing can go ahead and clear that error out. All right. Let's see here. Unload that. Import from SimBrief. 93 Whiskey Heavy. In an A330. Sorry, in an A340. We are taking runway 20 right. departures. Yep, the ANTO 8 Foxtrot departure. This first leg is a very, very short leg, so we should be able to. So even if you have to go somewhere in like 2.5 hours, it's like you should be able to see this one. All right. And it shall climb at or above 1,500 feet, and then to pass VRET at or above flight level 160. Noted. I hope that's not going to be an issue. We're flying the A340 quite light today, so it shouldn't be. That said, though, if we were heavy, then yeah, import all from SimBrief. Instant load. All right. And then departure performance. Sync FMS. Sync weather. Nice. Damn, we're gonna be up in that. We're gonna be up in there in no time. 150, 155, 160. It feels like we're gonna be up in the air in probably no time at all. Then I can confirm that because of the work we did the other day. Flaps 1. And then 5.2 up in terms of the trim. We'll set that in a moment. Up 5.2, and then flex to temp 5.3 degrees Celsius. So do you know what flex to temp means when it comes to aircrafts? If not, I can explain it to you. Let me just go ahead and take a look here at the fuel. Is this automatically gonna? Yes, it is. Thank you. Okay, what's going on with these rudders? I feel very. They're better. I'll explain what flex temp means in a moment. All right. No smoking. Auto. Seatbelts. Auto. Go and get the APU up now. 2, 3. Go ahead again to get that APU up. And then in terms of our taxi, we have 13,000 foot runway, so we will not have any issue. All right. So what flex to temp means? So the engine has a temperature sensor in it, and based on that, it allows you, it kind of helps adjust the performance ever so slightly. The issue is that when you're first starting up the engines aren't very hot at all. They're not at their normal efficiency, right? And so what the thing is going to think is, oh, we need more engine power. Rather putting in a flex to temp temperature says or does, it tells those engines, look, you're fine, okay? So adjust your efficiency based off of this temperature and not your actual temperature. Okay, that's what flex temp essentially is. So, and it's really only a thing in Airbus planes. I mean, it is technically a thing in Boeing planes as well, but it's mainly a thing in Airbus planes. There's something I know I'm missing. Oh, QNH. The QNH is 1011. Arriving in Baltimore earlier, the altimeter was 3043. So a little on the high side. Actually, not just a little on the high side, quite high actually. Alright. APU is available. Good. We can get this beacon on now, and we can go ahead and tell GSX to prepare us for departure. Actually, I need to do a lot of updates in with the GSX. Fine. So push and start facing north.
That's what we're gonna do. No. So, anyway, you can kind of think of flex temp as lying to the engines about everything, about the temperature, so they can be a bit more efficient. You can kind of think about it as that. So, I am ready for pushback as well. GSX. Now you're doing toga takeoffs, where essentially we use full power. Then flex temp is never. You don't use that. But in situations like today, it'll be fine. It'll be more than fine, actually. It's actually recommended.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Good. We can throw those wing lights on. Alright, income 122.8. We got us out of this ready to go panel. This is stupid for some reason. This one on the cabin. Make sure we're transmitting on VHF1. We are at Singapore right now. Headed to Jakarta.
Locking gear.
Headed to Jakarta in Indonesia. It should be. It's only actually about a 500-mile flight, so it's shouldn't be that bad at all. 160 is our initial climb. I can feel that. It's raising the nose. Hopefully it doesn't result in a tail strike like it did at Gatwick. You get nose, left, tail right.
Release parking brakes, please. Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Alright. AP bleed on. Get these fuel pumps on before I forget. Alright, ignition start. Go and give y'all your cam. No, sorry, new sky in a moment. You can go and get engine number 1 and 3 up initially. Let me go and get new sky running. Singapore traffic, Speedbird 93 Whiskey, heavy stand 64, push and start, facing north. Singapore traffic. We can go and do 2 and 4 now. So in terms of my throttles, because I only have a set of 2, what I've done is I've mapped. Hang on, what the hell's going on there? I've mapped 1 and 3 together, and then 2 and 4 together, and I'll explain why I've done that in a bit. Oh dear. Yeah, we're flying straight out of a storm. Not usually recommended.
Please set parking brakes. Waiting your confirmation for a good engine start.
Actually, I can confirm a good engine start.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Unlocking gear.
Tributes to auto. In the meantime, I can do a flight controls check. Go ahead and get the flaps out. Damn, those flaps are faster than in the triple. And engine back to normal. Make sure that this gets on. Auto. And then and then flight controls. That one. No, that's fuel. Flight controls. Is that one? Yeah, it is. Kind of hard to see. Alright. We have full up. full down.
Bypass pin removed.
Full left.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
Full right. Actually, yeah. Go and check the speed brakes. Speed brakes full. Put the flaps back away. We are going to Jakarta, in Indonesia. So why on earth are we flying a Speedbird? Don't ask me. Oh wait, that's right, because it's the only call sign I use. Speedbird and shuttle. Alright. No sights to taxi. Singapore traffic, Speedbird 93 Whiskey Heavy. Taxiing holding point Whiskey 2 for runway 20 right via Victor 5 and Whiskey. Singapore traffic. Alright. Let's get on the move. And GSX did not impress me with that push and start today. We are in a heavy A340 with the beautiful CRTs, in my opinion. Now that means that the aircraft's going to be a little bit slower, just in terms of all the systems and everything. That's fine for me. I'd rather have the look at the CRTs. Last time we used this thing, we were arriving into Heathrow, and boy was that one busy and fun arrival. I don't think I've ever asked to voluntarily hold because I was behind. And the reason that I was behind was because I couldn't get a frickin' transmission in. And I put it in. I got to the point where like 2 minutes after they contacted me up, and I was sat on the frequency looking for a place to chime in. Like I just put it in chat, and then the guy eventually got to me. So, all right. So next weekend, I'm actually gonna build myself a brand new desk. We'll get to that once we're airborne, because I actually still have a little bit of planning to do on that. Ah, we missed our. Whatever. Whatever. We're not flying into Heathrow today, so everything should be fine. We should have a bit of a chance to have a decent arrival into Jakarta. Okay. My auto brake thing doesn't work. It only works in the A320s for some reason. We can go ahead and join Whiskey right here. Meantime, as we're joining this, we can go ahead and turn our landing lights on, turn off lights on, strobies on. AP bleed can go ahead and get checked off. Supply, don't know why that wasn't on earlier. And then emergency lights to arm. Alright, flaps 1 now. Flaps 1 for takeoff. We're in a beautiful air not livery today. And why the fuck we're not flying the air not call sign? Don't ask me. Aside from the fact that we only use the British Airways call sign. Because that's the only thing I've had in VATSIM, and I'm going to try to get to the year-long point without changing it, so. Really, if we were smart, we would rename the channel to British Airways, to not real British Airways pilot. So. Alright, we're going to line up via Whiskey 2, because we don't need full length. Actually, we'll line up via Whiskey 3, which is right here. Singapore traffic, Speedbird 93 Whiskey Heavy lining up for runway 20 right to Whiskey 3. Intersection departure Singapore traffic. It's a 13,000-foot runway, so we have plenty of space. I need to deal with the trim. Up 5.2. Need up 5.2. One up. Usually we don't deal with trim here, but the numbers are telling me we have to. That's 3. That's 5. There we go. Takeoff config normal. Singapore traffic, speedbird 93 Whiskey Heavy, taking off runway 20 right by the Antio 8 Foxtrot departure. Singapore traffic. Thrust is now set. What's going on here? It's going to reset the thrust now. For some reason, something didn't want to work. Airspeed alive, 60 knots. $80 knots. 100. 120. 140. V1 and rotate. Positive rate, gear up. And return those flight directors on. We can go ahead and throw the flaps away now. Airborne now. Thrust over to climb. Singapore traffic, speedbird 93 Whiskey Heavy, airborne now, passing 1700, climbing now flight level 160. Singapore traffic. And we can go ahead and go direct to... let's go direct to let go just so we can throw the autopilot on. But then we'll figure out our next direct waypoint. We can go direct now to Asami. Turn direct now to Asami. Alright, well, we're airborne and out of that mess now. We are off to Jakarta. Which should not actually be that long of a flight. I mean, let's see what news guy said it was. Or not. Actually, it'll be these awards. 476 nautical miles. So barely anything in. What did Simbrief put in as our cruise altitude? Surely we're not getting up to up to 370. Thanks. I thought it was average. It was average. Not my best takeoff. I think there might be a controls issue in terms of the nose wheel steering. then we were able to taxi just fine. So why we veered off the runway a bit at the beginning of that and aborted the takeoff for about 30 seconds? Why that happened, I don't know.
Alright, surely not 370.
Holy. I do not know why we're gonna go up to 370. We'll see how long it takes us to get up higher. So, but for the versing those, I want to get out of the storm. And actually, let's go direct to Antio to avoid that. Direct Antio. Do the weather.
I would not usually do that, but this is the weather.
I just want to go direct there and avoid a significant portion of this weather. Traffic Speedbird 93 Whiskey Heavy is turning direct now to Antio. That is the Alpha November Tango, Alpha November India Tango Oster waypoint on the departure for Singapore. Singapore traffic.
We have an Emirates A380 flying out or going into
Singapore. So
yeah,
let's
try to get above this weather. We need to get above this weather and maneuver around it
because usually in real life they would not ever
take off in that kind of weather.
Alright, and you can see it just how slowly we're yeah, you can see just how slowly we're climbing. We are increasing our climb a little. Perks of being in an A340. The most underpowered aircraft ever. Just to say it. There we go, now we're climbing. Decent speed. Now we're climbing with decent speed. Nice climb views. Oh, that's gorgeous, actually. That view right there is gorgeous. I'm not gonna lie, I actually really enjoy these wing views. So, I mean, we flew to Baltimore earlier today with mostly looking out the wing. Now part of that was also that for most of earlier I was sick, so feeling better now. Got some sleep after we landed at Baltimore, just to be crystal clear. And I'm probably ended up throwing out most of that tea, to be honest, because that tea did make me sick earlier. Well, actually, I don't know if it was the tea itself that made me sick. It might have been that I was flying on an empty stomach. Coffee does the same thing to me, but oh damn! This morning was one episode that I've not seen ever. So, yeah, at least I do have some food down here now. I went to the grocery store about an hour ago, actually. I just got back right before the stream. So, right, what are we passing right now? And can we please see the weather? Can we please see the weather? I see under pressure now. Weather and turbulence. Why we can't see the weather, I don't know. But we are getting through most of it, so yeah, turning direct to that waypoint was actually a really good idea. So, alright, we're gonna make it 160 initial. We might go higher. Oh, we are gonna go higher. Let's throw in 2 250 for now.
Traffic speedbird 93 whiskey heavy climbing now. Level 250. We might go higher. We don't know yet. Traffic. Right now we filed for 370. Though I don't. Sometimes SimBrief does stuff that that just does not make sense. Especially with the altitudes.
Right, and so before it's given, it's recommended, like 31330, 31 to 330 or something like that. Going from Brussels to Gatwick in the past. And when you call up for the clearance, air traffic control will be like, no, we can't. We're not going to give you that. You want 24? We can give you 240. That's it. Meanwhile, you think, oh, SimBrief messed up. So,
yeah, SimBrief does not do the best in terms of the altitudes. It's just one of those things that we have to keep an eye out for. And it's one of those things that I have no problem adjusting mid-flight.
Yeah, we'll go up to 250 for now, though. She'll go ahead and go direct to Papa Kilo Romeo, or sorry, Papa Kilo Papa, which is the pen call VOR. Good right there. I don't know how it feels to be back in the A320 or back in the A340, to be honest. My issue with the A320s and with all these other aircrafts is Airbus completely reused the same flight deck over and over again for like 5-6 different aircrafts, you know, and it's like, I mean, this thing's granted this thing's for a 4-engine aircraft, but still, you know, it's like there's a reason we haven't flown the A320 in a while. Just that thing, the thing is boring once you fly so many, you know. Meantime, we can go ahead and turn those landing lights off. So.
All right. I see no reason why we can't get up to 370. Yeah, we'll throw in 330, see where we end off at 330. We're direct to Papa Kilo Papa now.
And once we pass Anito, once we pass Anito, then we are going to go ahead and
Just take a look at some of the descent stuff.
so. In the meantime, next weekend going to be very, very short on streams, because next weekend I'm actually going to build myself a whole new desk, and it's not just a desk I'm building.
But essentially, so I have this desk right here. I have an L-shaped desk, right, and then I have technically a workbench over here, which I've thrown like wood filler and everything on, just to make it smooth enough for writing and that nonsense, right? Anyway, I want to have all this go away.
Right, I have a shelf over there that I'd like to get rid of, and I have another shelf over there that I'd like to get rid of. And so what I'm gonna do is,
But meanwhile, I have this entire wall here that I have nothing on. There's basically nothing back behind here. And so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna build a nice wide table, kind of like a cabinet in a way, but without any of the doors. We're gonna put plastic bins underneath them. Okay. And then we're also gonna do the desk, and it's gonna line up that entire wall behind me, and then it's gonna come out and do a bit of a U shape.
and in the meantime, it's gonna give me a bit more space here for when we do eventually pick up our new throttles and yoke Oh, not the yoke. We're not swapping out the yoke, but we're going to do eventually swap out the throttles and the side stick, which we might do. My goal is by Thanksgiving to do that. The side stick, we're going to go with the WinWing Ursa one instead, which has dampening. And then for the throttles, we're going to go with the WinWing stuff as well. But my issue with that is that it's bigger, and I don't really have that much space right now. I mean, I have about a hand, or I don't even have a whole hand over here between the throttle unit and the desk. Actually, I got about half a hand of space. And then over here, I have no space right here as well. And so I'm just kind of cramped with space. In fact, I have a fridge down here, and I have to move my chair every time I want to get out the way. I forgot to put it away there. I have to move the chair out the way in order to open up the door. And actually, ideally, I'd like to have it over there, but because the cutout that I made for this workbench for the desk, or for my legs, is in a certain position. Right. It's not easily as done. Anyway, that's the plan for next week, and I'm going to do a whole vlog on it as well. I'm going to mainly work on it Sunday, most likely. I'm going to try to get everything cut Saturday, though. And then just a matter of screwing everything together and finishing up some final cuts for Sunday. Just because Sunday I do have plans in the evening. And then once I get done with those, then probably won't be a stream, actually. Most likely won't be a stream. So most likely would be extremely tired, but that's fine. Alright, seatbelts, auto. Okay. Now here's a question. So I've been checking my VAT UK progress quite a lot recently. What are we sitting at right now? That's the question. And I know that Seb, you're wondering where I'm at with that. We're down into the 700s, I know for a fact. 779 is the same as earlier. So I'm gonna begin to really crack down on the material once we get down to get down to the 600 numbers. But a year probably would be my goal to be controlling Eddie. We're gonna start out at Eddie because Eddie gets some pretty significant rushes as well. So I've been very clear on why we're gonna start out at Eddie, in my opinion. But Eddie gets some pretty good rushes. So, and eventually I would like to get to Heathrow, I think, but Eddie first. Eddie first, then maybe Gatwick. Gatwick would be quite nice. And then eventually off to Heathrow. Gatwick and we might do a bit with the Stansted. Stansted would be nice. Stansted's the other technical London airport. Pull up Earth here. Even though, again, Stansted's in my opinion more of a London airport than Gatwick is. Just to say it. Where? Explorer. Alright, yeah. Here's Gatwick all the way down here. Here's Gatwick. Here's Heathrow. And Stansted is... No, it's not. Stansted's not up here. It's roughly in this area as well. Where is Stansted at? Where's it? Where is it? It's roughly speaking this area. Where is it? And then, of course, Luton is all the way up here. Here's Luton. Luton is in no way in London. Just to say it. This here's London City. Stansted's over here-ish. I'm having a hard time finding it now. That's not it. There's Essex. Where is it? Here it is. Oh. In that case, Stansted is absolutely not a London airport. In that case, I was wrong, because Gatwick's closer to London than Stansted. My mistake. My mistake there. I've never been to Stansted, actually. Then again, the airports I've been to are literally, I can literally count on one hand, I think. Been to Baltimore, Heathrow, Paris, Charles de Gaulle, Nuremberg, and Schiphol. Those are all the airports I've been to. And just to say it, if you're moving in and out of Germany, for any reason, if you're going in and out of Germany, use the fucking planes. Don't use the trains. Use the planes. Get to Munich. You don't rely on the trains. They suck. I nearly got to the point where while we were in Germany, I nearly got to the point where I was ready to get back to Heathrow and skip the entire few days in or entire 36 hours roughly in Amsterdam because the trains are so annoying. I was at the point where I was literally we were at Düsseldorf, or sorry, we stopped at Munich, and I was quite, and I know that Eurowings operates flights to Heathrow, so just BA, and I was quite literally considering the idea of, okay, let's just get to Düsseldorf, which isn't that far away. It's like it's like a 20-minute train ride away on a train that does work. But let's get to Düsseldorf, and let me just hop on a Eurowings flight back to Heathrow, because my word, that was so annoying. My word, that was so annoying. So that really was annoying. Alright, let's see here. Nice, beautiful wing view. Give y'all that wing view for right now. So. But no. The trains are that bad in Germany. And I got to the point where I literally considered, okay, what does it take for us to just get back to Heathrow and skip the entire 36 hours we're going to have in Amsterdam? What does that take? And my mom was very much against that idea, but she completely understood why I was so annoyed. Eventually, we did not decide to do that. Eventually, we talked to the right person, and yeah. But I can tell you now, if you're going in and out of the country and you don't have a car, or when it comes to Germany, use the planes. Use the planes and Uber. The train chaos is not worth it at all. Just use the planes, and if you travel smart, the planes are actually not that much. They're actually not that much more expensive than the trains. Yet they save you a whole headache and entire headache and a half, because you can fly direct. So, but no, I quite literally was considering stopping on a BA out of Düsseldorf and into Heathrow, and on a BA or a thing, or a different aircraft, or a Eurowings. So, fun fact about Eurowings, actually, Eurowings is actually owned by Lufthansa. In case you didn't know that, Eurowings is the budget Lufthansa, owned and operated by the Lufthansa group. So, all right, Papa Kilo Papa in about 100 miles or so. That gives us about 20 more minutes, and then we'll begin to take a look at our descent information. So, in the meantime, y'all can enjoy that absolutely gorgeous wing view. Actually, in the meantime, we can go ahead and take a look at the routes for today. We can go ahead and look at the routes for today. So we are going. This route for today is, or this one right here is our shortest by far. No, not by far, but anyway, we are going from Singapore to Sukarno. Or Jakarta. Then from Jakarta to Dispensar, or WADD. Don't ask me who decided to name the ICAO code for that. And then we get to go from Dispensar, or sorry, however anyone pronounces that, to Darwin. To go to Darwin, which is in Australia. And then we get to go from Darwin to Cairns. And of course, at this point in time, we're in Australia. And then from Cairns to Brisbane. And our goal for tonight is to get all the way to Brisbane, and if we can even get to Sydney. If getting to Sydney would only add, if it's 4 a.m. and getting to Sydney makes it 5:30 at night, then we are going to try to get to Sydney, because that would be nice. With that said, though, we do have some longer legs coming up, so I think we'll have to stop at Brisbane. Unfortunately, but that's fine. Anyway, tonight's legs, and I mean we are actually going to stay on these legs today. We're not going to cut it short at all. Singapore to Jakarta, Jakarta to Dispensar, or to WADD, WADD to Darwin, which is in Australia. It's our first Australian airport. We have 3 of them. Or do we actually? I think we have 3 of them. Darwin to Cairns, and then Cairns to Brisbane. So, and then we have a short leg and a long leg. We're going to try to knock these out most likely tomorrow night as well. We actually have a few long legs. And pretty soon here. Yeah. We're going to try to be done with all this by Thanksgiving, to be crystal clear. And then eventually we'll make our way back to London Heathrow. Eventually, you are being of course it'll be a while, because yeah, it just will be. But yeah, no, it's gonna be to you have to go through Africa first, through some places in Africa that I'd probably never go to either. Is Johannesburg on that list? I think it is. Fact. Cape Town, Tambo. I could have sworn that Johannesburg was on this list. Unless this is... No, that's not. Yeah, Yeah. Anyway, today we are going to get today we're going to try to get all the way down to Brisbane. That is the goal for today. And we're not going to cut it short at all today. We're going to actually make some progress for once. And then tomorrow night we're going to make more progress. After I do a speedy positioning flight to get that other 772 back to Baltimore. Because someone has been lazy on that front. That lazy person being me. So I'm promising Grumpy that I've been doing it, that I'll do it here soon. But I do actually need to do it tomorrow. At some point. I may or may not do it before the stream. But yeah. Anyway, right now, take a look back at our flight. Yeah, we got about another 20 minutes or so till top descent. Or sorry, till top of drop. And actually, I need to be right back. I'll be right back in about 30 seconds. My hands are a little dry. Imagine that. Most of the day in the flight sim. Most of the day in the flight sim. Yeah. And then beyond this, I don't know what we're gonna do, but actually, you know what we can do? We'll do this in the next leg. So Grumpy is gonna make he's gonna make a state capitals tour. Essentially what the way that's gonna look like is you're gonna go through every single state, including Honolulu. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and we'll go ahead and actually work on that spreadsheet for him in a bit. He and I are working together on it because I'm an American. I'm a sucky fucking American, and he's a lovely Brit, and he doesn't know anything about the States. And I'm going to help him out because they drive into our stupid brains so much. They drive the USA into our stupid brains all the time. Or sorry, they drive the USA. Oh fuck! I can't even do an American accent anymore. I can't even do like an American southerly accent anymore. Oh dear, I really am turning British. I can't even do that anymore. Oh dear. Anyway, once we're airborne for the next leg, we're gonna make a list of every state capital, and in addition to that, my recommended airports for all those. Okay. And we're gonna try to avoid some bigger ones, right? I mean, obviously, New York is gonna be like JFK or whatever, right? But we're gonna try to throw Reagan on the list. We're gonna try to avoid Dulles, I think, because I mean Dulles can only serve as like 3, and what's the point of that? There are 50 states. There should be 50 legs. Yeah. There are 50 states there should be 50 legs, and we might try to include some of our overseas territories, stuff like Puerto Rico. Potentially, I don't know. I need to talk to him about that. But yeah, no, that's gonna be the plan once we're airborne bound for the next waypoint or the next leg or airport that we're at. which is WADD. As in the ICAO code is WADD. Whiskey Alpha Delta Delta. I can't pronounce anything beyond that, so this is one issue with the world tours. I cannot pronounce anything beyond that. So alright, we are approaching Popkila Papa. Now let's go ahead and we'll go ahead and do this.
If y'all wing view, why would begin to take a look at some of our descent information? Runway 25 left. Anyone arriving into WAD, aside from us? I think we're the only ones. Sorry, we into Jakarta.
Yeah. They're using 25 right. Yeah, if we can use 25 right, then that'd be ideal, I think. Let's see here. We can use... Let's go 25 right. Because then it means for faster and easier taxi. And we will be on the Bunk 2 Hotel. Or sorry, Munich. Munich 2 Hotel. Not the Heathrow 2 Hotel, but the Munich 2 Hotel. And we'll take... Seb. I would assume that's you who's back in. Should we take the RNAV or the ILS? It's up to you. Nope, we don't butter this. We can't butter this thing very well at all. So, Seb, it's up to you. Earlier into Baltimore, we did an RNAV. Just be clear, Will. Actually, that RNAV was fine. It was actually really fun. Actually, we did an RNAV arrival on a 777 for once. Should you take the RNAV or the ILS? Both. I'm fine with either. I'm completely fine with either. Actually, what? Let's take a look at. I guess it might help if we were to look at the weather. VU20. We're sorry, Seb. We have to take the ILS. I think you have to take the ILS because the minimums are reduced. It'll be an ILS approach. That's fine though. Then from Pregok, let's go and take a look at this. 3,000 then down to 2,000 level by our area cap. Then it's a 300-degree glide slope. Nice. Runway elevation is 16 feet. Alright. And then, so we passed Munich at or above 220, max speed 270 knots. Then it's down to Ramal at or above 170. Then it's down to Lovvax at or below 1200. And then Bimby at altitude 7000. And Priok at 3000. And the sun. Hang on. Did I put that in right? Munich. No, I did that right. So, okay. That actually makes a lot of sense. That is a far better arrival than I was expecting. Far simpler arrival as well. Yeah, we'll have to take the ILS, unfortunately. Fortunately, or unfortunately. But we didn't RNAV arrival into Baltimore in the 777 earlier. That was extremely fun. As a circle land arrival into Baltimore. No, it wasn't always circle land, but short final. It was like a 3-mile final by the time you actually aligned yourself with the runway into runway 2 at Baltimore. Either way, it was fun. It just means you want to get configured a little fast, or a little early on, before way before you turn final. So I'm doing that cruise at like 1,300 feet for like 2 or 3 minutes. Yeah, anyway, let's go ahead and throw that arrival information in just to help gauge a decent top descent. Okay, we are going to take the ILS for runway 27 right. Or sorry, for runway 25 right. We are on the Antio 8 Foxtrot arrival. Oh, sorry. No. The Munich 2 hotel arrival. The Munich 2 hotel arrival. Okay, and then we'll take proc. Okay. That just saves us a little bit of a radar vector. Alright. Insert that. And now our top descent is at time 0145, so in about 10 minutes or so. And this thing did a pretty good job with. This thing does a pretty good job at VNAV descent, so we'll just leave it at VNAV descent. Oh, hang on, and actually, hang on. Actually, it might get delayed by a bit more. Performance. Hang on. Next phase. It might be in it actually. 3. We are at 330. So in that case, descent at time 47, and it's currently time 35 right now. So. Nah, not bad. Not bad at all. Right, I need some milk in a moment. I'm not gonna lie, that ground is looking stunning. Cannot lie about that. The ground there is looking absolutely stunning. This what we need it, ladies and gentlemen. Flight Sim 24. Flight Sim 24, everyone. And actually, so an interesting thing is that when SU4 releases, the frames are going to go up and up and up. And so we're actually going to be able to increase our visual quality by a little as well when we get SU4. Sim Update 4. Which I'm currently estimating about halfway through next month. I think they said that they're aiming for it before Thanksgiving. So, which is good. Alright. Email. Scratch that. Email. Alright, now I'm just chilling here at cruise. I'll begin our descent here in roughly a few minutes. Yeah, we are off to Jakarta. Jakarta in Indonesia. We're in parts of the world that we have never been to be 100% crystal clear. So, and actually, thank you for Grumpy for forcing us to get around to other parts of the world. thank you to Grumpy for allowing us to get around to different parts of the world. Or, sorry, for forcing us to get around to different parts of the world that we would never usually fly to. I mean, think about me flying to Indonesia. Won't happen. Just will not happen at all. Unless someone forces me to. And no one's forced me to. I don't my iPad. It's in my bag. Yeah. So anyway, once we're airborne bound for WADD, which is an airport I have no clue how to pronounce. 100% crystal clear that I'm going by it. I'm going via the ICAO code or ICAO. To be honest, I've been saying ICAO for so long now. It's kind of hard for me to switch to ICAO, which I know that ICAO is the official pronunciation of it. Anyway, it's Whiskey Alpha Delta Delta. So, is the spelling of it Whiskey Alpha Delta Delta, which is the next. It's the next one. So, and in about 3 or 4 minutes or so, we will go ahead and begin our descent into Jakarta. Let's take a look here. Where are we on the map right now? Oslo. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, just out of curiosity, who else has completed the world tour? Where's everyone else sitting at in terms of this? Steven's almost done with it. Oh, he's getting there. He is moving faster than us. Oh, yeah, kind of. Cooley Dog is not moving faster than us. You're going to aim to really get ahead here. We're going to aim to actually have this thing done here soon. I'm talking extremely, extremely, extremely soon. Then Grumpy, of course, did it, so. Alright. Take a look here. Probably screening at us for descent. It is. We'll be going through that data in a moment. In the meantime, beginner descent here in a moment. It appears that we should have the whole place to ourselves. About descent in 5 minutes. Alright. Let's take a look here. Check destination data. Performance. Let's go and throw that in. Oh, at some point as well, I'm going to buy an MCDU, but it'll be a while. The current QNH for Jakarta. Actually, we'll just use this. What's current QNH for Jakarta? Landing performance. T5 right. Sync weather. QNH 1011. Temperature 29. Holy shit, it's hot. Temperature 29er. Current wind is current wind is 220 degrees 4 knots. I can assume that that's right. 13,000. We can throw 135 on the approach. A little slow, not gonna lie, but that's fine. Nice, and that's on what? Auto brake low? AFAM. Auto brake low, and we just need a borrow reading, or a bar. We just need a borrow number.
And the number on the borrow is for the Alice
320. 320 on the borrow. Destination data in Jakarta traffic, Speedbird 93 Whiskey Heavy, gonna begin descent in a few moments. Initially down to flight level 220, level around Munich. We'll be arriving via the Munich to hotel arrival with an ILS approach into runway 25 right, pre-Aka transition. Jakarta traffic. Alright.
go down 220 by
Munich here in a moment. Actually, theoretically, if we were to leave that right there, if we were to leave that right there, then I think theoretically it would descend by itself. I don't know for certain though. We are not going to test it though. Maybe we will. Maybe we will. Bum bum. Bum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. All right. Beginning descent now. Descent. Our descent has now begun. Our descent has now begun. Our descent into Jakarta has now done. Has now begun. And before I get too annoyed, I'll go and grab a cup of milk. Not that not having milk would annoy me, but before I get a little too thirsty. Usually I get 2 half gallons instead of a whole gallon, but same flavors of all of them. And damn, I need my thigh right now. Kill me. I also have a little cake in here that I could have. I think that at least that's some food over having no food. Alright. So if I had to guess, without looking, we'll arrive just after the hour. We'll arrive just after the hour and we'll aim to be airborne around 10:30 is the plan, I think. It's currently 1:48 too, by the way. That felt very aggressive.
That felt very aggressive. We're gonna aim to actually do a decent job with this approach today. That's gonna be the aim, anyway.
Okay, let's see here. Oh, looking normal. Alright, what is our ETA? Because we are in our descent now. I'm gonna put my guess up before I begin to look, before I look at it. Of 205. Maybe 205, maybe 2100 is my current ETA. From me. 212. Ooh, that is a little later than I thought it would be. Not gonna lie, that was. We're gonna have 14.9 in terms of fuel on board. That's freaking amazing right there. Alright. Then after that, it is down to 170. Jakarta traffic, speedbird 93 whiskey heavy. Further descent now, flight level 170 to be level around Ramal. That is the Romeo Alpha Mike Alpha Lima waypoint on the Munich to hotel arrival. Jakarta traffic. Dun, 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 dun. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum. I'm really begging for that cake that I have in my fridge. I'll eat that when we are airborne again. And then maybe it won't be this leg, but maybe the next one that will work on the thing for Grumpy. Yeah. Actually, maybe we'll do that next. I don't know. I'm bored. We're gonna have a few longer legs here in a bit. We're getting a little thrown around up here, not gonna lie. What's up with that? Oh, we also have to make a new thumbnail because I'm kind of tired of reusing the same thumbnail like 3 times over. Da bum 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 bottom bum. We are in our descent. Down to 170, then it's going to be out. Then we'll eventually make our way down to an altitude of 3,000 feet. This thing is doing a great job right now, just to say it. This thing is doing a truly astonishing job. Yeah, the A340 is doing a wonderful job today. But that's though a little bit of speed brake might help it. Does feel like it's kind of chasing it, not gonna lie. Just a little bit of speed brake. We are intercepted again with it. Yes, we are. You're just a little bit of speed break helped out there.
Then it's down after that. Down to 12.
No, let's get down to at or below 110.
Let's get down to
11.
to 110.
I'm not gonna lie, mate. I thought you kind of needed it. I thought you kind of needed the speed break a bit of a moment ago. And there is a decel point up ahead.
And then
And this thing is doing a really solid job though with it when it comes to that stuff. So when it comes to descent, I mean, so far I'm not gonna lie, this aircraft's been like the best aircraft ever when it comes to staying on the arrival and not getting itself too far off. You know, this thing's been phenomenal at that. Not gonna lie about that. Normal 170. At or above 170. Good. Throw me a little bit of speed break. A single notch would be fine. A single notch of speed break will be fine. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, then I think I'd actually like to shift echo a little. Yeah, what do you think about that in terms of this? Alright, old, new. Yeah, I think that works a little bit better. You think you prefer that a little bit better? Dun, 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 dun. Ba-da-bum-bum, ba-da-bum. Na-na-na-na-na. Take it down. Now it wants a bit more speed break. That's fine. Jakarta traffic, Speedbird 93 Whiskey Heavy. Further descent down to an altitude of 7,000 feet, level by Bimby. That is the Bravo India, Bravo Mike India.
and that is our final waypoint on the star
Arrival for Jakarta traffic. You need to shorten our speed a little. Actually, our speed's fine right now. I mean, it'll handle it itself. And once again, this thing's doing a pretty damn solid job of descent. This thing might actually have the best VNAV system out of any plane I've used. You know, out of any plane in the sim, this thing might actually have the best VNAV system. And I don't really know how that's possible, but it is. Or sorry, the VNAV system that I agree with the most on. I can go ahead and get some of those lights on now. In preparation. Yeah, kind of probably is a good idea just to throw out a bit more speed break. Now I'm curious, is it going to make that goal? Is it going to make that goal? I'd like to see it make that goal. Got no clue, though, if it is. I think it's going to try to. I think it's going to try to. I would not be doing that if I were you, though. It's in a decel now. It's going to pass it at. Increased rate of descent right there. Perfect. Nicely done. Nicely done, aircraft. Nicely done. And yeah, no, it's gonna have to correct in a moment. It's gonna begin to correct in a bit of a massive way. Do 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 do. Bum 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 bum. Down to an altitude of 3,000 feet in a moment. Nicely done, aircraft. In the meantime, you'll cam up. Flaps 1. Flaps 1, which is kinda you can barely see. Down to an altitude of 3,000 feet. And we need to slow our speed now. Speed 190 knots now. We can take speed 210 knots actually. And it is, yeah, it's still about 9 mile final. Just be 100% crystal clear. Yeah, we got about 35 miles to touchdown. And we're late on it. We're completely late. Come on now. Just maintain decent descent, please. It's alright if you're a little late on that. Go on now, please. Down to now. In situations like this, you can go down to an altitude of 2,000 feet. It's a little late on it. I'm not gonna lie, but that's fine. You need to prioritize the descent, though. And Jakarta traffic speed, we're 93 Whiskey Heavy, about 20 miles from turning final. For ILS runway at 25 right, descending now, altitude 3,000 feet, level by pre-cock, and slowing speed to 190 knots. Jakarta traffic. Nicely done. I mean, it's still a little on the high side, not gonna lie. It's still a little on the high side, still a little on the fast side. But it's a hell of a lot better than it was. With that said, though, we probably want to maintain a decent rate of descent, and I'm more ready for if we have to increase our speed a little. Once again, this thing's the underpowered machine. So. And 3,000, which is fine. the main thing is I want 190 knots now, please. Yeah, I mean, it had a bit of a rough part right there, but with that said, though, I feel like every other aircraft would have had a much more difficult time handling that, and the end for this thing's hard time of doing that is actually 100% in sight, just to be 100% or so clear. So. Both flight directors on now. If you have an ILS, go ahead and prepare that now. I still don't have the field. I don't have the field in sight just yet, but it should be getting it here soon. Yeah, and then and so what will happen in a moment is this thing is gonna. What will happen in a moment is we'll level up at altitude 3,000 feet. It'll slow the speed, and then it will descend further and shorter speed again in that descent. This time we have like 5 miles to descend. Only 1,000 feet, so should be fine. There are some reduced whatever right now. Is ever so slightly reduced visibility. As of last check, it might be better now. Yeah, it is. But it is still a little reduced. Flaps 2. Speed breakaway. Alright, let's go ahead and get down to altitude 2,000 feet now. And Jakarta traffic, Speedbird 93 Whiskey is ascending at altitude 2,000 feet. Turning long final now for ILS runway 25 right, Jakarta traffic. Speed 180 knots now, please. We are cleared for the approach. Yeah, I know the speed break's still out. You kind of need it, though. Noted. Still don't have field in sight. That's fine, though. I mean, we do have. The visibility was 8,000 meters, so I mean, not great. Not great. Not 100% perfect visibility. To keep that in mind. So Jakarta traffic, Speedbird 93 Whiskey, turning final now. ILS runway 25 right, inbound. We get about 11 miles. We'll make that 12 miles to touchdown. Jakarta traffic. Maintain 1.6. We'll maintain 180 knots until established ILS 25. Alright, localizer when established, descend to the glide path, of course. Yeah, Yeah, there's definitely a layer of fog. But then again, we're also kind of over the ocean still. Right, I just can't see what's out directly out in front of us, and that's why this is not an RNAV to be 100% crystal clear. This is why we did not go with an RNAV arrival. Got 11 miles to touchdown. We are establishing ourselves on the localizer now. You make sure all that's on. Cabin crew for landing, please. Thank you. Alright. Jakarta traffic, speedbird 93 Whiskey Heavy, now fully established on the ILS. 25 right localizer, maintaining speed 160 knots until 4 mile final. Jakarta traffic. Flaps 3. Seven and a half mile final now. Arm the ground spoilers. Still a reduced visibility environment. Intercepting glide slope now. 6.5 mile final. Gear down. Speed 135 now on the approach speed. Flaps full. Look at the stunning landing views. Stunning landing wing views. Alright. Jakarta traffic, last call. Speedbird 93 Whiskey. Short final now. ILS runway at 25 right. Last call, Jakarta traffic. I'll take this over by hand once we are visual with the runway. Noted. Flaps are full. Landing gear is down. The cabin is for some reason not ready yet, but whatever. We land regardless of whether or not they are ready. Give them plenty of warnings. And I have a runway in sight. Take this over, passing about 400 or so. Last call Jakarta traffic, Speedbird 93 Whiskey Heavy, landing runway at 25 right. Last call Jakarta. Cabin is ready now. Alright, 500. Take this over by hand. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, now. My controls.
Minimum.
Continue approach. Runway is in sight. Firm. 409 feet per minute. Okay. That was firm. And that was absolutely off center line. That was absolutely off center line. Overall, not horrendous though. And Jakarta traffic, Speedbird 93 Whiskey Heavy is now clear of runway 25 right. Jakarta traffic. Alright, we'll just hold here for a moment to get everything cleaned up a bit. Flaps away now. Oh, we figured out the taxi. You get to taxi by November Papa 2. Actually, no, we'll taxi November Papa 1. Stand Romeo 116. In Jakarta traffic, Speedbird 93 Whiskey Heavy, taxiing stand Romeo 116 via November Papa 1, Jakarta traffic. Yeah, that landing could have been a lot better. In the meantime, though, we can go ahead and get an APU on. APU to start. Clear of obstacle. In the meantime, we can actually go ahead and do 2 and whatever shutdown. We can do a 2 and 4 shutdown. We just get to take, I guess this 117 now, but whatever. Alright, that right there will work. Parking brake set. Engine number 1 and 3 shut down. And what did News Guy give us on that? $9.59. 9.59 Austin line takeoff. Yeah, I kind of felt that. Then Austin landing, okay, that wasn't nearly as bad as I thought. Yeah. All right. Off to WADD now. Off to WADD now, yes. Let's get off to WADD now. A343. Hurting my ears. Time, okay, departure time. Yeah, oh yeah, we can beat that. Sim brief. Speedbird 9-3 whiskey. Whiskey India India to Whiskey Alpha Delta Delta. Aircraft type NA 43. To Kuta. Or sorry, to Denpasar. Calculate. Sorry, generate flight. And then, yeah, we're going to aim for one extremely fast turnaround time here. And during this next flight, I'm going to finish up my cake that I have in the fridge. Alright, that is filed now. We can go ahead and update Volanta. And yeah, we should have some land most of the way there. Alright, fuel and payload. Import all from SimBrief. Instant load. Alright, init request. Flight plan.
Jakarta traffic. China Eastern 5096 is 20 mile final 25 right. Jakarta.
Departure runway 25 right. That's what we'll do. And we are on that. Let's see, what are we on? No, we are taking 25 right. And we are on the Kachi Delta. Any other options? Negative. Kachi Delta. That one's for everyone. We're gonna break every rule in aviation possible. I feel like we can easily save ourselves an extra few minutes. Performance. Sync FMS. Sync weather. Calculate. Send that to the FMS. 5.2 up. That's already what we have. That's what we have set now. All right. Confirm takeoff data. There you go. Alright. Jakarta traffic, speedbird 93 whiskey, insanely fast turnaround time. Stand Romeo 117, push and start. Facing north, expecting 25 right departure again. Jakarta traffic. What? This is why we have this. This is why we have this. This is why we have this.
Let's go ahead and get new sky running again.
That was a 5-minute turnaround time. 100% crystal clear. Ignition start. Engine number 2. Engine number 1. Should be. Why now? What do you thought?
Jakarta traffic, China Eastern 5096 is 5 mile final 25 left, Jakarta.
All right. There we go. In a moment, we should see an aircraft out of the clouds right over there. There he is. Welcome aboard there, mate. Welcome aboard there, mate. Alright.
You get to taxi holding point November 1 via November Papa 1.
Jakarta traffic, Speedbird 93 Whiskey, heavy.
Taxiing holding point November 2 for runway
25 right,
via November 2 and
November Papa 1. Jakarta traffic. This is going to be one extremely fast taxi, just to say it. You never fully turned off everything. Just reference. We never fully turned off everything, so. But you know, if we can get this thing back in the air around 10:30, it's 10:27 now. That'd be great. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard this British Airways flight from Jakarta to an airport I cannot pronounce. We are about to depart, so please take your seats. As if something happens on the takeoff roll, then it's on you, not on me. Auto brake max. Bottom, boom, boom. Takeoff config normal. Jakarta traffic, Speedbird 93 Whiskey, heavy, lining up runway 25 right via November 2. Jakarta traffic.
Jakarta traffic, China Eastern, shows 96 vacated, runway 25 left. On 2 Whiskey Charlie 2, taxiing Grandma Whiskey Charlie 2, November Papa 1. Jakarta traffic.
Jakarta traffic, speedbird 93 Whiskey, heavy at taking off runway 25, right, straight out departure. Jakarta traffic. Once again, I don't know what's up with that. 80 knots, check. Rotate.
欢迎到 Jakarta。现在时间是9点30。
Pause right, Europe.
早上9点30，外面是30度摄氏。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Jakarta. Airport local time is 9:30. Local time is 9:30 a.m. here, and time is 30 degrees Celsius. Once again, thank you for choosing South China Eastern.
Oh my word. Dang it. Beautiful. Jakarta traffic, speedbird 93 Whiskey, airborne passing 2000, climbing flight level 370. Jakarta traffic. Beautiful. I've done that before. It's embarrassing when it happens. Alright, feed off rudders. And yeah, we are completely ignoring this, whatever. Why? Because we can. And because it's my aircraft, and I'm the captain of my aircraft, and we can save a little bit of time.
And we can turn direct now
to Pebsu. Actually, we can turn direct now to CA.
There we go.
Airborne now.
Airborne now for WAD. Bound for WAD.
In traffic, Speedbird 93 Whiskey Heavy, turning direct to the Charlie Alpha VOR. Traffic. Airborne now.
Off to an airport I cannot pronounce. Yeah. Beautiful.
Bottom bum, bada bada bum bum.
There you go. Nice wing view there.
I have a piece of cake that I'm begging to get into.
Let me just verify a few things first.
Verify our 3900. Wait, what? 3900. My word. In fairness, we can do it. So my word, though. All right.
Time for piece of cake, I think. Then we get to butter the next landing, hopefully.
Hopefully, we get to butter this next landing.
Keyword being hopefully.
I'd love to. I'd love to butter this next landing.
Hey. 10:34 departure time. Exactly on time.
not everyone's gonna be that early though, or that fast of a turnaround time. With that said, though, that's still very, very nice to have happen. So. Delicious cake. Standard pressure now. Yeah, we're gonna turn down the volume a little. Delicious cake. Anyway, we are airborne now, and actually we have most of the journey over land, so it should be some stunning views. Let's see, how long do we have here? Estimating WAD in around midnight, so not
Nice. Nice.
You know, Korean arriving into WAD most likely. Yes, we do. Holy WAD is one tiny airport.
It's not aware that it'll be that small. That'll make it more fun. That'll make it more fun.
Freaking love those wing views, right? Just to say it. Coming through to 3-0.
Delicious. Delicious. All right.
That view looks just as good, actually. That view just looks just as good, not better.
We are en route to WAD.
Which I have no clue how to pronounce. So, If anyone knows how to pronounce airport WAD, let me know, because this fat ass does not know how to pronounce it. Anyway, we are off to WAD. Ba-dum bum bum ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum bum bum. Screwdriver, rashing screwdriver. Bum bum bum. Ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. I'm bored. Actually, we have a lot of things we could do. I'm bored. Yeah. Ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum. All right, let me just check my phone real quick. I don't think I have anything they need to know. Yeah, we're gonna try to get to Brisbane tonight, though, and it might be 5 a.m. by the time we get to Brisbane. But that is the goal for tonight. The goal is to get to Brisbane. Now, if it's 4 a.m. and it's a 2-hour leg, then we won't do that. But if it's 3:30, then we might. Depends on how I feel. Right, we may or may not do that tomorrow. I don't know yet. We're gonna aim to get to Brisbane tonight. Yeah, that's the aim anyway. All these flights real time as well. No time except for these flights. No time except for these flights.
Okay, just out of curiosity, how many hours am I up for VATSIM?
Oh no.
Wrong one. Wrong person.
677 hours on VATSIM, and that's not including the flight we just had. So really, it's closer to 680. Bum bum bum. Ba-dum bum 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 bum. Ba-da-bum. Ba-da-bum bum ba-da-bum. 677 hours on VATSIM, and that was as of this morning. So, yeah, and I want you to notice something. Not a single non-British Airways call sign. Not a single one. Even down here, oh wait, the shuttles. Shuttle is the call sign for British Airways domestic within the UK.
So
you can have a little grow up.
if you're complaining about that, let's see here. How much time have we spent as Speedbird 2 Limjit? 208 hours. Speedbird 228, 159 hours. Speedbird 22 Bravo as 29 hours.
Yeah. You spent a lot of time as Speedbird 2 Limjit Heavy. We have another one of those fights later this week. Tuesday night is when we're gonna do our weekly Baltimore to Heathrow, and we're gonna do it in the 772. Oh, actually, we don't have a choice on the 772 front. Yeah, we're gonna do it in 772. Yeah, that's the plan. Bottom, bum, 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 bum. Bottom, bum, 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 bottom, bum, 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 bottom, bottom, bottom. I'm bored. I'm really bored.
I'm bored right now.
We could do some Minecraft later.
Yeah, actually, tell you what. So here's what we do. So Grumpy and I have been exchanging words about
An all-American.
all U.S. 50 state tour. That's what we're gonna do. Okay, drive. Actually, let me just go into Sheets. U.S. 50 state tour. 50 state capital tour. Alright, state, capital, closest airport, Ryan's recommended airport.
Alright.
Actually, hang on. All right. Let's see here. Alaska, Alabama.
Let me think here. Alaska, Alabama.
No, let me just pull up the map of Earth because I'm gonna mess this up surely. Arkansas and Arizona. I think that's it in terms of days.
Arkansas. And
Arizona. Now time for the Bravos. I don't think we have any Bravos. Oh, I don't know if we have a single state that begins with the B. Not gonna lie, I don't think we have a single state that begins with the B in the U.S. We do not.
We do not.
Alright, in that case, time for the C's. You have a lot of those. Connecticut, I think, is the only one. Connecticut. Here, let me just actually go and Google Earth up like this. Connecticut, and then off the Delta, and then you also have California. Let's see here. California, Connecticut. All right, and then time for the Bravos. No, or sorry, and then time for the Deltas. I don't think we have any Deltas, at least none, really. Same with the E. Sorry, same with the Echoes. Alright, C, D, E, F.
F. I don't think we have any foxes anywhere.
G. Time for Georgia.
Any more G's? Yeah. Alright, H. I don't think we have any H's. I don't.
Oh, we have Hawaii.
We have Hawaii.
Okay, in terms of an H. And I think that's it.
Hawaii, and then
Let me just take a look here. Oh, quickly. Sydney, and then
we have to begin our descent here soon, actually.
oh, soonish, in half a minute. All right, we have Hawaii, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. You have a lot of I's, so you have a lot of I's. We have Idaho. I think we have Illinois. Alright. Illinois. Indiana. Or Indiana. Is Indiana Louisiana?
Am I tripping?
Indiana's not a state, right? It is. It's IN then. Somewhere out here, right? Where the hell Indiana is? I have Iowa, Louisiana, Idaho, Okay, it's gotta be up here somewhere. Am I being blind? Oh, I am. Indiana. Indiana, then Iowa. We have a lot of eyes. All right. All right, and then we get to do. Time for the M's. Start off with Maryland. Alright, we start off with Maryland, then move to Massachusetts. Okay. Mississippi.
Mississippi.
Alright, and then. Oh, we missed out on the L's. We only have one L. Insert one row above. Insert cells and shift down. Iowa, and then Louisiana. Louisiana, then Maryland, Massachusetts, Mississippi. We have Maine. Oh shit. Maine, Massachusetts, Mississippi. Missouri. Missouri. Alright, and then we have. I think that's it in terms of the M's. Oh, we do have an F. Florida. Alright, insert cells. Florida. All right. Missouri. All right, and then it's time for the. So we go with the north. We'll go with the north. Actually, man, Nebraska.
Nebraska. Nebraska, then we get to go with the any more ends.
New Hampshire. Hampshire.
So, they're tuning in. We are working on a thing for Grumpy. As I promise him. Well, and we'll have to take a look at our descent once we, actually, in a few moments. Yeah. Anyway, New Hampshire. Any more ends before we go to the norths?
Oh, we forgot Colorado earlier. We also have New Mexico. Alright. Insert cells. Shut down. Colorado. Colorado.
Alright, New Mexico. Alright, and actually, let's take a look at our descent real quickly, because we are approaching it. Finish, maybe? Let me just take a look here.
We'll take a look at back at the thing in a moment. How long until our top descent? Time to 8. So we got some time. We got some time. Go that way. That view. My word. That's a beautiful volcano right there. Anyway, so New Mexico. All right, and then we get to do the Carolinas. North Carolina. North Dakota. North Dakota. Alright, any more N's? B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, K, L, M, N. Time for the O's. So, Ohio. We don't have that many. Oklahoma, I think that's it. I think beyond Oklahoma, I think it's just Ohio and Oklahoma. I think it's just, yeah, Ohio and Oklahoma, I think. If not mistaken. Oh, we forgot Montana. E, F, G, H. Yeah, insert cells. Montana. And then where is Oklahoma at? There it is. Oklahoma. All right. P we have PA. And I think that's it. Pennsylvania. I did not spell that correctly. Pennsylvania. And then I think that's it in terms of those. In terms of P's, I think that's it. All right. Pennsylvania. Q, we have no Q's. R, so we have Rhode Island. Island. S. Now I have a few S's, don't we? Actually, we don't have any S's at all, do we? S. We don't have any S's at all. Oh, wait, we have a few of those. South Carolina. South Dakota. Alright. We have those. T. We have a few T's. Oh, actually, it's only Tennessee, I think. Oh, Tennessee and Texas. Tennessee. Texas. No, we forgot Oregon. Oregon. Alright. We did Missouri, right? Yeah, we did Missouri. We never did Kentucky though. Okay. Kentucky. Kentucky.
Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Yeah.
Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Alright. We have a few more to go. We have about 14 more states to go, and I guess I'm gonna miss a lot of them. In Kansas, my word. Oh, first off. Kentucky, Kansas, all right, Texas,
U. I don't think we have. Do we have any U's? I don't think so. V.
we have Vermont for V. Oh wait, we forgot Michigan.
Michigan.
Alright, anyway, we're working on the V's now. And we also never added Nevada. Alright. V's. We only have the one view.
I think we only have the V.
Oh, we also have Virginia. Yeah, Virginia and oh, we never added New Jersey or Delaware. Let's see. Delaware, and then New Jersey. Alright, New Jersey. And, oh my word, how did I forget New York? New York. Okay. That's looking a lot better now. And now it's just time for the Ys. Alright. Because we have a lot of those. We have 5.
We should have 5 of those.
Yeah, okay. So we have Washington. Actually, hang on. I want Washington State.
Because we have 2 Washingtons. We have Washington, D.C. and Washington State. Do not get the 2 of them confused because they're exact opposite sides of the country.
Okay, we have Washington State. And then we have Wisconsin.
We have Wisconsin. We have Wyoming.
I'm realizing now we're missing a lot. We're missing at least 3 states. We got Connecticut, Vermont. Okay.
We're missing at least 3 states.
Oh, we do have a U. Alright, we have Utah.
Yeah, we have Utah.
Now we're just missing 2. I can't think of which ones. I'll have to go down the list in a moment. Oh wait, we're missing West Virginia. We're missing West Virginia.
We're missing West Virginia and
We're missing one other. We're missing one more. I don't know. Because, yeah, we should be at. Hang on, 258. Yeah, we start at 2. Yeah, so we have one more that we're missing. We got Nevada. We got Nevada, right? Yeah, we did. Got Louisiana. Actually, I don't think we did. Oh, yeah, we did. Got Florida, South Carolina. Gotta be in this strip here. Massachusetts, yeah, New Hampshire, I knew we did. Alright, we're just gonna have to go down the list.
so Alaska. We got Alaska.
Alabama.
Well, actually, hang on. We need to do our top descent, actually.
Time to focus a bit on the flight. Alright. We'll take maybe an RNAV then. Just out of curiosity, what's the runway length available? 9,000 foot runway, okay. Not ideal, not horrendous. It'll be a straight climb. It'll be a straight descent then. It'll be a straight descent. Let's see here. Unless we have a approach, SID. Star. We don't. The star is the RNAV. Or yeah, it shouldn't be. Oh, actually. They do. There we go. Raise your 9. Alright. Flights. Okay, let's take a look here. So we are arriving via runway 09. That's fine. Runway 09 arrival. We are on the Mumbo 1 Echo route, which, as us descend down to 150 at Sirik, then 5,000 at Lupsy, then to Kuta at 3,000,
And then, yeah.
This is gonna be interesting because it's a little strip.
It's a little strip. It's going to get interesting then. In that case, actually, I don't see any reason why we can't just do like a straight descent. So for WAD, you will take an arrival of, I'll take the RNAV for 09. No SID. Or sorry, yeah, no stars.
Boom, 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 bada boom, bada boom, boom, boom. Yeah, just a little.
Little strip right there. Ba-dum, boom, ba-da-ba-bum-bum-bum. Yes, and there's no via Kuta. Let's insert. I thought we did put the fuel in. Yeah, we did. Okay, we're gonna be arriving a little heavy, not gonna lie. We have some time. From Mumvo.
Next waypoint, we go direct to
Kuta.
Charlie.
Hotel. Uniform. Tango uniform. Okay. Kuta. Next waypoint. There we go. In that case, how soon is our top descent then? 40 miles or so, and yeah, what that means is that we'll begin to take care of that descent in a moment.
All right. Bali.
Bali traffic, speedbird 93 whiskey, heavy gonna begin descent now. In a moment,
down to an altitude, of 3,000 feet. I live by Kuta.
We're gonna skip the star arrival. Bali traffic.
Yeah, we're gonna just straight up skip that star arrival. Bum 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 yeah, actually, well, we enter descent now. Down to an altitude of 3,000 feet. And I can't wait to get back in the air again. Yeah. Let's see here. Beginner descent now. You're just showing it now. Arriving into Bali, which is where this thing is located. Bali. Why did Emirates keep upgrading the Airbus A380? Because they're trying to make them last. That's the reason. It's because Emirates is trying to make the A380s last, and they're going to be very, very annoyed and very, very sad when they have to swap them all out. With that said, though, they are like this between them and British Airways. The two of them are like the symbol for Airbus A380s now. Them British Airways and Lufthansa are like the symbols for A380s now. So, and actually ANA. But yeah, no, Emirates is like the symbol of the A380, with BA very, very close behind. And just to be crystal clear, BA wants another A380. BA is one of like two airlines who want, aside from Emirates, BA wants another A380. They really do. But they're not going to get it because, at least not anytime soon. Alright. I don't want to get too political here, but okay. 2028. Out of the following options, who do you think it's going to what it would be? Newsom, Harris, Buttigieg, or Andy Beshear? And someone's reply was, Gavin's got the momentum at the moment. Holman had her chance and blew it. Andy, who doesn't have the same name, or doesn't have the name recognition, beats my guy. Absolutely love him. Don't know if people already have a gay guy in the White House. And yeah, I would tend to agree with that. You don't want to get too much more political. Even the FMC probably wants destination data here soon. I'll throw it in a bit. For now, we enjoyed the descent. Well, I'm not paying attention at all. So I don't want to switch back over, get back to what we were doing yet. I want to wait until we're back up in the air in order to do that. Yeah. Okay. All right, where are we?
Yeah, I know it wants destination data. I know. Alright, let's take a look at the MEDAR. I kind of wish this EFB was a little better, not gonna lie. Okay, my flight. The wind, there's good H1011. The temperature is 31/25. The current wind is 140 degrees, 7 knots. For 0/7. No, 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 no. Bada bada bum bum bum. Bada bum bada bum bum. Bada bum bum.
Alright. And then scattered at 1/6, few 1/6.
Oh dear, this.
At least it's 2.8. At least
On the borrow, it's gonna be 280.
and we can fly. And we can pretty much actually fly flight directors down. 136 on the approach speed. And let's see here. I'm gonna guess we're gonna need auto brake medium at best. I'm gonna guess we're gonna need auto brake medium. Here we are. Whiskey Alpha Delta Delta. Runway 09. Sync. Yeah. That's on auto brake low. In case we float a little. Auto brake medium. Yeah, I'll take auto brake medium. No reverser credit. Alright. Yeah, go auto brake medium.
Vaccine radar.
Bottom, bottom, bottom.
Going off to Bali.
We are gonna arrive in Bali here soonish.
Arrive into Bali. Bottom, bottom, bum, bum. And actually, we should begin to see the airfield in sight ish soonish. Not immediately, but soonish. So anyway, yeah, we need to pass that. It's an RNAV approach as well, so
Yeah, for the RNAV actually. I've been really enjoying the RNAV approaches recently.
you have a decel point up ahead, about 20 miles or so. Yeah, and then we'll be into manually control our speed here soon. About 65 miles to touchdown. About 65 miles to touchdown. Sorry, RNAV runway 09. RNAV runway 09. About 65 miles to touchdown. Bali traffic, speedbird 93, whiskey heavy, descending out of 1600, descending out of flight level 160, descending altitude 3,000 feet, expecting RNAV approach for runway 09, Bali traffic.
Bottom, bottom, bum, bum, bum. Bottom, bottom, bum, bum.
Bum 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 bum. Bum bum bum. Right, we got about 60 miles to touchdown. 60 miles, 60 miles to touchdown.
Can't wait for all this stuff to be over here.
Cannot wait. Descent. Got about 40 miles until we turn final. And actually, you know, something interesting. This should actually be. I should really be using this like right there, right. And actually, this should be. Actually, this yoke should actually be like all the way down here, right. So like this stuff here. I should be like this, right. This should. My armrest is in the way, but right. I should be. Theoretically speaking, I should be sitting like this when we land, right. With the hand, with it all the way like down here, right, instead of all the way up here. Then have this out like over there, right. Verify. 1011 AFM. Okay, we got about 40 miles to touchdown. We're gonna begin to actually do this in my hand now. Minus 2,000 feet per minute. Speed 250 knots, please. Then we can't, and then we have an extra 10 miles now to get fully configured into slower speed. Massive amount. Bali traffic. Speedbird 93 Whiskey has about 25 miles before we turn final for Alice. Sorry, for RNAV runway 09. You're slowing speed 250 knots now, and passing altitude 8,500 feet. So descending altitude 3,000 feet. Slower in a few moments. Bali traffic. Let's make it 240 knots now, please. 240 knots now. Landing lights. Yeah, all that stuff should be on. Head in there, useless mate. Actually, you are. Yeah, you are quite useless. You just let me do all the flying pigeon. Never. Let us rather let us crash than step in and fix a mistake. So there's that one day that we that the things, the engine switches got cut off. See, I don't have the airfield in sight just yet, so it should be over there somewhere. Flaps 1. Get our speed down, now down to speed 120. Start 220. Bali traffic, Speedbird 93, Whiskey Heavy, slowing speed 220 knots. Bali traffic. And this thing's being really slow right now. Don't know why. Airfield should be over there somewhere. We're gonna have a few moments or so to get all prepared. We want to be at speed of 180 knots by the time we turn final. Which will be here soon. Bali traffic, Speedbird 93, Whiskey heavy leveling off, altitude 3,000 feet, slowing speed now 200 knots. Further once we are established on the RNAV. Bali traffic. Flaps 2. Actually, no, not yet. Oh, yeah, we can go flaps 2 now. Look at that gap. Yeah. I wonder why this thing sucks so much. Alright. I have decent speed right now. We have decent speed right now. Speed 190. Speed 190 now. You are cleared for the RNAV. We can fly flight director straight the way down. And I still don't have the airfield in sight, though I expect we will here in a moment.
How long of a final is this again? Is it really a 20-mile final?
It's about 15-mile final. Yeah.
It's about a it's about a 15-mile final. Step altitudes.
It's a bit of a shallower approach as well. It's a bit of a shallower approach, so we gotta keep that in mind. Don't know what this is right there. Aside from a weird visual glitch. Alright, let's see here. You're cleared for the approach. Slow speed 180 knots. Alright, what's going on here? Bali traffic, Speedbird 93, Whiskey Heavy, establishing on the RNAV, 15-mile final for runway 09, Bali traffic. Alright. And we can fly flight directors all the way down now. you know, let this thing fly itself down for the most part. Of course, we'll take over manually at some point here shortly. $170 on the speed now. Maintain 170 until 5. Bali traffic, Speedbird 93 Whiskey, Heavy gonna maintain speed 170 knots until we're visual with the runway. Bali traffic. Flaps 3. Alright, and what we have here is a difference in nav databases, most likely, I think. Yeah, see how it's going to descend now? Gear down. Flaps to full. Arm those ground spoilers. Buzz the cabin. Autobrake medium. Nicely done thing so far. And obviously at some point here in a moment we will have to we'll have to make a visual with the runway. Noted, and I still don't have that good of a visual with the runway.
It's to be expected though.
I do now have a visual with the runway. Oh, wait until we're a little bit more down. Alright. Bali traffic, Speedbird 93 Whiskey Heavy. About a 6 mile final now. Are now runway 09. Bali traffic. It's feeling quite steep for an RNAV. Alright, 5, 4, 3, 2. I'll trust it for now. Trust it. Last call, Bali traffic, Speedbird 93 Whiskey Heavy. Short final now. Runway 09. Last call, Bali traffic. Alright. Take this over right hand now. 5, 4, 3, 2. Oh, no, I'll wait until we're a little further in. We just gotta get better at landing this thing. In case I go around, it's, up to, we'll just follow the blue. 5, 4, 3, 2. Noted. Just feeling a little steep when it should be a bit shallow. Take this over manually around 500. Okay. 5, 4, 3. No, not yet. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now. My controls. Does not help. There's no visual thing. Noted. Continue approach. Runways in sight. Stable approach.
Minimum
Continue.
200. 100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
180 feet per minute. My word. Not the best landing ever. Not the best landing ever. Yeah, certainly not thrilled at that, but that's fine. Don't need to be. Time 11:55. Nicely done. Bali traffic, Speedbird 93 Whiskey is now clear of the runway. Bali traffic. A bit hard, not gonna lie. You get to just pull forward, I think, because
You're just gonna pull
forward
forward.
actually. Get an APU one though. Grand split us away. In the meantime, we can go ahead and shut down engine number 1. And 1 and 3 can get shut down now. Part galley. Interesting. Bum 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 bum. Might just I know why. It's because we shut down 1 and 3. Without the APU being fully started yet. Bum 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 bum. APU available now. Welcome to Bali. Now we are off to an airport that I still don't think I can pronounce. Parking brake set.
Shut down those.
Let's go ahead and take a look at how badly this guy's gonna bash us for that.
Close. Close flight.
Oh, we got a 10! Nice! 180 feet per minute. Normal conditions. Nice! First 10 in the A350. Or in the A340, sorry. Though I didn't feel like a 10, but still. Not. I'll happily take that any day of the week. Made us made $22,000 for the virtual airline. Nicely done.
Nicely done.
Alright, let's do a bit of a longer leg now. We get to go to Darwin now. Yeah. Let's get to Darwin now, and then we'll get some tea here in a moment, because definitely need it if we're gonna get to Brisbane. Departure time in 15 minutes. Alright. Go ahead and get sim brief up. Let's go ahead and get to Darwin. From WADD. Speedbird 93 Whiskey Heavy. Off to, from WADD to Yankee Papa Delta November. $340, 300. You're in Australia for the first time ever. Australia. the land of Thors. Flight plan filed. Right. Let's get out of here extremely fast. Quest. Now let's get out of here extremely fast. Speedbird 9-3 Whiskey Heavy. Alright. Flight plan. WAD. Departure. Straight up departure is what we're going to do. Runway 09.
Actually, what are our options in terms of departure? Be on that one.
Yeah, it'll be
It'll be the Neoma
1 Alpha. Neoma 1 Alpha. Departure. Insert. Gonna push back in a moment as well,
because we're gonna try to get out of here extremely fast. If we can aim for less than 10-minute turnaround time here, then that'd be great.
Alright, let me see here. We just need payload and fuel. Import all from SimBrief. Instant load. Take off performance. Calculate.
What is it recommending?
Really? Really? I have a hard time believing that, but okay. Send to that. Confirm takeoff data. It's 5.4. Do we have oh dear.
They'll cool up in the air.
They will cool up in the air. Alright, let's see here. Let's use this for that. Yeah. Pre-plan. No, 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 no. No, 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 no.
Alright. Let's get back out of here.
APU bleed on. Ignition start. Get both sets of engines back up. Shut up.
Yeah, I know. I was complaining about the brakes. Ballet traffic, Speedbird, 9-3 Whiskey, stand Alpha 2-0, push and start on to November.
Ballet traffic. Alright. You have one set available. Alright. Wait, what the hell? Joey just stop us there. Alright. Let's get out of here again. So that is what, not even 10 minutes right there. About 7 minutes at the stand. If you had blinked, you would miss it. Flaps full. Insanely fast turnaround time. That's what we do here at Aeronaut and British Airways. Right, so that's way. In the meantime, we can go ahead and do a flight controls check. Taxi holding point November 7. We didn't even ever turn off those guys. It was like, let's drop out a window. So drop off like 3 passengers out a window who already had their bags. So. Flight controls. Full up. Full down. We've already checked the flaps. Full left. Full right. Speed brake full. Oh, looking normal. Flight director's on this time. Bali traffic, Speedbird 9-3 Whiskey Heavy, gonna begin taxi after insane turnaround time to holding point November 7 for runway 09 departure via November. Sorry, via November Papa 7. Bali traffic. Told you this would be a fast turnaround time. We're gonna aim to be up in the air within the next 2 minutes or so. You're turning into Ryanair. Ignition back to normal. Auto brake to max. So long, Bali. So long, Bali. And then once we get to this next leg, we may or may not need to do a bit of a thing. We may or may not need to restart the sim. That's fine. Trying to factor that in. We are trying to get to Brisbane tonight, though, and we have this leg, and the leg after will get us there. So, at least I think anyway. I think we have this leg and the leg after it, and it'll get us to Brisbane. Though it might be another 2 legs. I don't know. Oh, we'll take a look. We'll take a look once we're airborne. Bum ba da bum 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 ba da bum bum. clear that. We'll take off with hot brakes. We can use reversers if something goes wrong. Bali traffic, Speedbird 9-3 Whiskey via November 7, lining up runway 09. Bali traffic. Alright, this is going to be Toga takeoff, even though Flex theoretically will work. I don't care if Flex is going to work. It's going to be a Toga takeoff regardless. Bali traffic, Speedbird 9-3 Whiskey Heavy, taking off runway 09. Straight up departure. Bali traffic. Manflex. Up to 3. Auto thrust blue. SRS green. Speed alive 100 knots. 120. V1 and rotate. Positive rate gear up. Thrust lever to climb. Oh, we're airborne now. Chuck that flap away. Remember, we're still technically hand flying the aircraft.
Airborne, and can we get a direct waypoint now?
We can. It won't be. Yeah, we can. Bali traffic, Speedbird 9-3 Whiskey, airborne passing 2500, climbing flight, well, 390. Bali traffic. Alright. Direct to that waypoint. Autopilot on now.
Alright.
We are airborne. And yes, I know that I am aware that the brakes are hot. I'm not worried.
What's our transition altitude again? I don't know. I don't know, nor do I really care that much. Well, let's switch over at 13,000. Wait, that is what it is.
Switch over at 1300.
Anyway, we are airborne now. And let me go ahead and update Volanta for you. Volanta's now updated. Updating in a moment. Off to Darwin. Off to Darwin. And then, yes, I believe it is. I believe we have this one and then the one after. And then we have one more beyond this. Yeah. And then it's off to Brisbane. Though I don't know if we're gonna get. I don't know if we're gonna get to Brisbane. This one here is a reasonably long waypoint. It's a reasonably long, like it's longer than all the others, or most of the others, anyway.
Let's take a look here. It's not that long. I mean, yeah, it's longer than the other two would be, but yeah. It would be about 2 hours, so it would be about 5 a.m. before we get to Brisbane. I'm hoping to get to Brisbane, though. I really am hoping to get to Brisbane. By the way, we can... Yeah, no, I'm really hoping to get to Brisbane tonight. It depends on what time we land at Darwin. Depends on what time we land at Darwin, and it depends on what time we land at Cairns. If we land at either of those, I'm gonna call it about 4 a.m. If we land at Cairns at 4 a.m., which I think is a possibility, then we will not be able to get to Brisbane. If we land before 4 a.m., then we should be able to. But I mean, I think this is about 2.5 hour flight, to be honest, and so I just don't see any. I don't think we're gonna be able to get to Brisbane tonight. Anyway, I need to use the restroom real quickly, and then we're gonna. I'm gonna probably need some tea, to be honest. Hoping that it's not gonna make me puke like earlier. So, anyway, I'll be back in a moment. In the meantime, enjoy it. Actually, hang on. I want to go direct. Some mod. And that'll cancel the altitude restriction, so. Anyway, I'll be back in a moment. And I am back now. Alright. I am very much back now. So. Alright, let me take a look here at the flight deck. Standard pressure now. Landing lights away. All those lights can go away. Alright. Let's go ahead and finish up what we were doing earlier. At least work on it anyway. Here, yeah, that'll be that one. Alright. So, which one am I missing? Which state am I missing? So, we have Alaska, Alabama. Alright. Minnesota, actually. Yeah, I figured it out. It's Minnesota. I figured it out. Insert. Cells. Shut down. Alright.
Minnesota. And there we go. There, now we have our
50 states.
and then Puerto Rico, and then DC. All right. What's the capital of Alaska? Fairbanks. There's an airport right there. The Fairbanks International Airport. It's gonna be
KFI.
KFAI.
Is that what it's gonna be?
Just gonna pull out my phone here for these. Fairbanks, ICAO. Yeah, it's FAI. BAFA. BAFA. Alright. What about for Alabama? What about for Alabama? Which is next up on the list? What is Alabama's capital of Alabama? Montgomery. Montgomery, Alabama. And yes, there is an airport. Oh, that's not. That doesn't appear to be an airport right there. Anything better? Yeah. What about Montgomery Regional Airport? So okay.
It's a little bit like Baltimore, to be honest.
So Montgomery. And then what is the ICAO for Montgomery?
KMGN.
Correct. KMGM. Montgomery Regional. All right. Arkansas. Time for Arkansas. Arkansas.
Yeah. Arkansas.
Where's Arkansas at? Right there. Hey Google, what is the capital of Arkansas?
Little Rock is the capital of Arkansas.
Little Rock. They're just Bill and Hillary Clinton. Oh my word. National Airport. Alright. Little Rock. Let's see here. Let's see here. Where is another option? What's up here? And that's more. That's another military base. About up here at Conway. Anything in Conway? No. Got anything over here at Fort Smith? Most likely. Yeah, Fort Smith. The ICAO, so Clinton airport code. Calet. Fort Smith. Let me just. So it's gonna be FSM, most likely. Okay, FSM. Yes, KFS. It's gonna be KFSM. Like a way to do text wrapping. Alright, Arizona should be actually easy. We could go Phoenix or we could go Tucson. The Phoenix is the and Phoenix International. Wherever that is. There it is. Phoenix. What's the IKO for Phoenix? Here, actually, this will tell me. Ajax. Sky. Harbor. Now for California, I mean, the capital of California is LA, right? Or, sorry. Hang on. What is the capital of California? I think it's actually San Fran. Hey Google, what is the capital of California?
Sacramento is the capital of California.
Sacramento. Sacramento, and then there should be an airport in Sacramento. What's that right there? Public.
Okay.
Privately owned public. Yeah, what about something a bit more useful then? What about over down here? What's this? Sacramento Mather Airport. There it was. Okay, let's take a look here. I don't know. I actually don't know. I don't know what to think about that one. Any other good options? I mean, anything in White Rock? No. Folsom? No, not really. Sacramento Mather Airport. Man, that might be a good option. That might be our best option yet. Just trying to look around for other options. One Land, anything out here? No, not really. Ah, yes, Sacramento International. There we go. So that's going to be SMF. Colorado. Colorado's a big one. I think there's one massive one. Denver. Denver. International. Off to, let me just verify it's actually Caden. Let me just actually use the Navigraph for the verification of all these. Let me see here. Caden. Sorry, no, it's, let me open Navigraph actually. Let me just use Navigraph for the verification for all these. Yes. Alright, Connecticut. What's the capital of Connecticut? Hey Google, what is the capital of Connecticut? It's New Haven.
Hartford is the capital of Connecticut.
Hartford. Okay, is there an airport in Hartford? I think not. Hartford, no. Oh, there is. But yeah, it looks to me like that's a GA one. New Haven, then. Surely there's something in New Haven. Yeah. Oh, let me see. There's one in. Let's see if there's one in Bristol. Yeah, you'll get a laugh out of that. Come on, that's such a missed opportunity right there. The Americans, who absolutely love renaming stuff off after the British, and yet in a city called Bristol, oh, they decided not to. Oh my word. Anyway, Hartford. And then it's Tweed, New Haven, so that is what? That's going to be HBN. Yes. Delaware. I don't actually know if there is anything in Delaware. Oh, surely they're selling it for Wilmington. But I mean, the thing with Delaware though is that it's so close to Philly. It's like, why not just go to Philly? And so close to Baltimore. It's like, why not just go to Baltimore? I mean, there is a airport, but it's like just because there is one doesn't mean it should exactly go there. Yeah, I mean this is the terminal right there. It's sizable for 4 aircrafts. I mean, you're gonna go down to that, which, and so you want to go down to Dover, maybe, or lose. Oh, actually, yeah, I'm gonna throw in Wilmington as a preliminary option, for him. Newcastle. Second option. Oh no, Wilmington will be fine. Wilmington will be fine. Florida. Alright. Now, we could just accept Florida be Miami. We could accept that. Or we could do something else for Florida, and what we could do for Florida instead is pick another location, maybe Fort Myers or something. Fort Myers should surely have an airport. I think, yeah, I'll just throw Miami in. Miami. International. Or I'll just throw that in. Hawaii, I think. We're just gonna throw in Honolulu for Hawaii. Honolulu. I think it's what? PHMN? PHNL. PHNL at Daniel K. International. Alright, you have a bit of a challenging one now. Idaho.
Idaho.
Hey Google, what is the capital of Idaho, boys? Hey Google, what is the capital of Idaho? This is a 5-hour flight from anything else. Sorry if you like include it. Yeah. Hey Google, what is the capital of Idaho?
Boise is the capital of
Boise.
Idaho.
Okay, and then Boise Airport. Yep. And that is a all right, Illinois.
I think Illinois is going to be easy. Yeah. Chicago. Chicago.
Actually, one of the U.S.'s biggest airports. No, actually, can you actually go Chicago Midway?
let's go with
Chicago Midway instead, because so we have this massive one up here. We have Chicago O'Hare, but thing is that Chicago's over here, right? That's still a bit of a journey out. Rather, here's Chicago Midway. All right. Midway. International. Hey Google, what is the code for Chicago O'Hare International?
The airport code for Chicago O'Hare is ORD.
Okay. All right. Indiana. Indiana Jones. Indianapolis.
Indianapolis.
Yeah, Indianapolis International. That'll be it. Yep.
And we'll check on.
And on the flight in a moment.
Though maybe there's one that's a little closer. Actually, no. I think that's about as close as we're gonna get.
For a decent one.
All right.
Let's take a look at in at the flight for a second. Oh dear.
So we take a look at the flight.
There you go. Initialize wait. I thought I already did that. And then hang on. Actually did. Continue it. Yeah, you got to deal with that actually. There you go. I'll get that view now. Fixed on the flight. Small main. Alright. Iowa time. I think Iowa's going to be a bit of a challenge. Hey Google, what is the capital of Iowa?
Des Moines is the capital of Iowa.
Des Moines. Ah. What's the code for that? KDSM? Yep. Kentucky. I think Kentucky should be a relatively easy one. Actually, no. Louisville. Louisville, yes. Louisville, Kentucky. Actually, my mom grew up around the Kentucky area. Louisville. SDF. Louisville International. Kansas. That is in Missouri. Wichita, Kansas. Wichita, Kansas. Hey Google, what is the capital of Kansas?
Topeka is the capital of Kansas.
Topeka. Ooh. Okay. Don't really see anything anything close to that. I mean, we could go Kansas City. They probably have international. It's probably most. They probably have an airport somewhere. I feel like they should anyway. They do, but it's not in Kansas, so therefore it does not count. So we go to our next best option, Wichita. Or Manhattan. I have a hard time believing anything's to do in Manhattan. Oh yeah, there is Manhattan Regional. Topeka. Topeka and then Manhattan Regional. And that will be hey Google, what is the code for Manhattan Regional Airport? Hey Google, what is the code for Manhattan Regional Airport? Alright. MHK. Okay. Alright. Louisiana time. Louisiana might actually be a little difficult, not gonna lie. Louisiana. Time for Louisiana. Oh, New Orleans. Why the fuck did I say that it would be difficult? Hey Google, what is the capital of Louisiana? New Orleans. Hey Google, what is the capital of Louisiana?
Baton Rouge is the capital of Louisiana.
Oh, Baton Rouge, yeah. I don't think they... Well, actually, they might because of an Airbus factory down there. But actually, it might be in... You know, hang on. Baton Rouge. Yeah, I'm not seeing... Well, yes. Metropolitan Airport. Baton Rouge. KBTR. Maine. I think Maine should be it, right? Maine. Boston. Hey Google, well, what is the capital of Maine?
Augusta is the capital of Maine.
Augusta. Augusta. Hang on. Augusta. It's Augusta. Yeah, I doubt they have an airport. Augusta State. Yeah, no, I can't put that in though because it's not. Okay. Augusta. Yeah, you know, I can't put that in because they're Brunswick Executive. Anything in Portland? Portland International. Portland International, which is what? KPWN. By the way, I'm just a lot of these are international airports, but a lot of them are only just technically international airports because of Canada. Portland International. Alright. Maryland. I know this one. Alright. Massachusetts. Hey Google, what is the capital of Massachusetts? Boston.
Boston is the capital of Massachusetts.
Boston. Okay, boss. Logan International. Michigan. Detroit. Alexa, turn on Ryan's desk. Alexa, what is the capital of Michigan?
Michigan's capital is Lansing.
It's what? Lansing. My goodness. Might make it a little bit more difficult. I'm not seeing any. Oh, I do. Capital region. Oh. Capital region international. Okay. And hang on. So what's that code gonna be? Let's see. Let's see here. Okay, Lan. Yep. Minnesota. I thought for certain that was gonna be Detroit. Sorry, Detroit. Minnesota. Minneapolis. They should have big, relatively big airport. Yeah, they do. All right. Hey Google, what is the capital of Minnesota?
St. Paul is the capital of Minnesota.
St. Paul. How far? Where's that? Where's Claude? Hey Google, what is the capital of Minnesota again?
On the website sdho.org, they say.
Hey Google, what is the capital of Minnesota?
St. Paul is the capital of Minnesota.
Claude. Okay. St. Claude. I'm gonna guess. I'm not seeing anything immediately. Well, St. Claude, Sky Central. Okay. But, that's not meant for airliners, though, is it? No, I'm not seeing any. I'll just we'll just send everyone down to Minneapolis. St. Paul. Let me just check in on the flight real quickly. Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. Yeah, we barely got on any of the journey. We've barely gone any of the journey in an hour or so. Yeah, no, we're not getting to Brisbane tonight. We're gonna get to Cairo, but we're not gonna get. We're gonna get to Cherio, but we're not getting to Brisbane tonight, ladies and gentlemen. That'll be the first leg for tomorrow, though. Where is it? Where did I put it? Minneapolis. And that is what? Okay, that is what? Kason. Okay. MSP. And we're just gonna stick with that. St. Paul. Which is a tiny city. More likely than not. Tiny, tiny, tiny part. Anyway, I don't see it on the map anywhere. So, yeah. Anyway, Minneapolis it is. Mississippi time. Hey Google, what is the capital of Mississippi?
Jackson is the capital of Mississippi.
Jackson, I thought. There should be something in Jackson then. In that. Hawkins Field. That's not very useful. Yes. Jackson's. Jackson, Mississippi. Then okay, Jan. Right. Okay, Jan. Medgar, Willie, Evers, International. All right. Missouri. Hey Google, what is the capital of Missouri?
Jefferson City is the capital of Missouri.
Jefferson City. Jefferson City and right. Any airport here? Not seeing any. In that case, Columbia? Maybe Shirley has some. Shirley has something. I'm not seeing anything in Columbia. Not seeing anything. Down here, maybe? No. Maybe in California. No, I mean St. Louis might have something. I mean, that's on the verge of Illinois, but
Almost.
Almost. Surely Springfield will have something. They do. Lebanon's got nothing. Columbia, no, they don't have anything. Kansas City is an option. Kansas City is an option. Actually, let's try Springfield first. Is this? It's a national airport. How big is it? Those are all nothing aircrafts. Those are all regional. Right over here. Yeah, let's go Springfield. Yeah, no, let's go to Springfield just because I don't really see any other options. Yeah. Springfield National, bit away from Capital. Hey Google, what is the ICAO code for Kansas City?
Sure. Here's some helpful information I found on the web.
Kansas City might also be another good option. Yeah, Kansas City might be another option. MCI. KMCI. That might be another good option. Yeah. Yeah, that's another good option. Alright, Montana. Montana's gonna be hard. Not gonna lie, Montana's gonna be hard because there's basically nothing out there. Hey Google, what is the capital of Montana?
Helena is the capital of Montana.
I'm confused there. Montana. Capital is Helena.
Capital is Helena.
Yeah, there is one. Helena. Regional. KHN. Let's see here. KHLN. Yep. Alright, now Nebraska and Wyoming.
Nebraska is going to be interesting.
Nebraska. Hey Google, what is the capital of Nebraska?
Lincoln is the capital of Nebraska.
Yeah, I thought it might be. Well, there you go. Lincoln Airport. And I mean, that's tiny, but there's the terminal.
Does technically count.
LNK. Alright. New Hampshire. Concord. I think that might actually be there. Okay, well.
Hey Google, what is the capital of New Hampshire? Hey Google, what is the capital of New Hampshire?
Concord is the capital of New Hampshire.
Concord.
There's actually a city named Concord. And then Concord Municipal Airport. Public use. I don't see a terminal though, which makes it not really count. I mean, yeah, I don't see an airport. Sorry, I don't see a terminal in that right there. So that makes it not like really count. Not go to Manchester. Surely there's something in Manchester. Manchester, Boston.
Yeah.
Still inside. Still inside, yeah. Yeah.
Let me just see.
New Jersey.
I think I already know this one for New Jersey. We're just gonna throw New York on it. It'll work. Hey Google, what is the capital of New Jersey? It worked. Hey Google, what is the capital of New Jersey?
Trenton is the capital of New Jersey.
Trenton. Is that it for New York? For Newark? And no. Oh, bloody hell. Bloody hell.
Bum 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 bum. Bum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, York Liberty International. AWR. Okay, bit away. New Mexico. That's not gonna be interesting. By the way, for New York City, for New York, I'm gonna throw LaGuardia on it because
LaGuardia. New Mexico. Or actually, let me just. LaGuardia. LGA has Roach approaches Kennedy boring. He'll see these comments and he'll be like, what the fuck? Okay. New Mexico. Hey Google, what is the capital of New Mexico?
Santa Fe is the capital of New Mexico.
Santa Fe. Oh no, there it is. Santa Fe. Good luck. Santa Fe. Good luck on that front. Santa Fe Regional. SAF. Let me just take a look here. Yep. Let me just verify it actually has a proper terminal. Darn. Oh my. Who the fuck did that? Who the fuck did that?
Regional
military hangar.
Actually, I don't see any there.
I don't see any there.
Let's go down south to Albuquerque. Yeah, Albuquerque is a much better option.
Hey Google, what is the code for Albuquerque International?
The airport code for Albuquerque International Sunport is ABQ.
Albuquerque. Yeah.
Let me just verify that that's. Yeah, for the most part, the U.S. just follows the procedure of whatever the IATA code is. The ICAO code is just going to be a K at the beginning of it. Yeah. Albuquerque International, Nevada. I think Vegas is the capital of Nevada anyway. Hey Google, what is the capital of Nevada.
Carson City is the capital of Nevada.
Carson City. No clue where that is. No clue where that is. Let's see here. Nevada. Carson City. It's actually over here. Good luck getting an airport, though. Well, yeah. Even then, even then, that airport there is not good. Carson City. Go to Vegas. Industrial capital. Just go to Vegas. Just go to Vegas. North Carolina. Charlotte, North Carolina. Hey Google, what is the capital of North Carolina? Hey Google, what is the capital of North Carolina?
Raleigh is the capital of North Carolina.
What is? Raleigh. Oh, actually, that's a good one. Raleigh. It's an international one as well. That one's actually a good idea. Let's see here. What is the IKO for that? Where are you? North Dakota, fine. Good luck finding anything out there. Hey Google, what is the capital of North Dakota? Jeez, I don't have anything else. Hey Google, what is the capital of North Dakota? Hey Google, what is the capital of North Dakota?
Bismarck is the capital of North Dakota.
Bismarck. You know what? Bismarck. Just because. Yeah, it does. It's a small boy, but it is technically an airport. It is technically an international airport. Or whatever. Bismarck. KBIS. KBIS. Okay. Ohio. I should know the capital of Ohio is. It should be Cleveland. Hey Google, what is the capital of Ohio?
Cleveland.
Hey Google, what is the capital of Ohio?
Columbus is the capital of Ohio.
No, Columbus. You'll be astonished at how few capitals I actually know. I don't think Columbus actually has a good. Well, it should actually because it's far away from anything else. They do. Rickenbacker. Rickenbacker. Again, what's the IKO for that? KLCK. Oklahoma. Off to Oklahoma now.
Oklahoma.
Where is it? Oklahoma City. Alexa, what is the capital of Oklahoma?
Oklahoma's capital is Oklahoma City.
What do you thought? Then they should have, yeah, they do. Bill Rogers International, which is OCK.
Alright, that's that.
In a moment, we're gonna check it back in on the flight. Oregon, Portland. Hey Google, what is the capital of Oregon? Portland. Hey Google, what is the capital of Portland? Hey Google, what is the capital of Oregon?
Salem is the capital of Oregon.
Really? Oh yeah. Salem. Does that have a proper terminal and everything? I don't think it does. If not, it doesn't count. It doesn't. Go to Portland. Unless. Oh no, it shouldn't be. You get to go to Portland. Unless. Salem. Portland, they have an airport, right? They should. I know Portland has an airport somewhere. Where is it, though? I'm not seeing it. That's the issue. Portland International. Yeah, they do. Pennsylvania. Yeah. I think it's Philadelphia. Philly. Hey Google, what is the capital of Pennsylvania?
Harrisburg is the capital of Pennsylvania.
Harrisburg. Harrisburg. Go to Philly. Philadelphia. Just go to Philadelphia. Just go to Philadelphia International. Rhode Island. Providence. We're just gonna throw Providence on there. Y'all get to go to Providence. Rhode Island. And I think it is anyway. Rhode Island's one of our smallest states. Hey Google, what is the capital of Rhode Island? Hey Google, what is the capital of Rhode Island? Y'all get to go to Providence. Y'all just get to go to Y'all just get to go to TF Green. And what's the code for this? What is the code for this? BBD. It's okay, BBD. I will say just... Alright, let's go ahead and take a look at the flight now.
Yeah, we probably need to begin our descent here soon. Unless we pass top descent. Top drop actually is 6:04, so... And it's... We actually have a little bit of time still for top descent. So I have a little bit of time. 05 now actually, so we still have a little bit of time. With that said though, once we get there we have to restart the sim. And actually once we get there it'll be at 2 a.m. Actually, no, it won't be 2 a.m. It'll be closer to 3. Yeah, we might need... We're not going to even... We're going to get to Darwin. That's going to be it for the night. Because the next leg, that's another 900 or so nautical mile leg. Yeah, that's another 900 or so nautical mile leg right there. And then... Yeah. I was not expecting this leg to go this slow. Just from being honest, I mean, we've been on this leg now for an hour and a half, which I knew that was going to happen, but still. Yeah, anyway, tomorrow we get to do that, then we get to work on the next legs, and today, whenever I get a chance, I will go ahead and schedule the stream. Actually, might do that in a few moments as well. Alright. South Carolina. Maybe
Yeah. Either way. But by the time we get down, it's gonna be at 2:30. Yeah, and for the next leg, because it's another 900 nautical mile leg. By the time we get anywhere, it'll be 5:30, 6 a.m. Which I'm sorry, I'm just not gonna do that. Today, got a few things I still need to do today. In addition to go into work for a 5 to close. So, yeah, no, we're gonna get there, and we're gonna just be done for the day. Unfortunately. Yeah, so. Alright. South Carolina. Hey Google, what is the capital of South Carolina?
Columbia is the capital of South Carolina.
A lot of Columbus asses. A lot of Columbus arses. Alright. We're over here. Columbia. And then in terms of South Carolina, in terms of Columbia. They should, surely they have some kind of, at the very least, regional. They do. Bum bum, bada bum, bada bum, bum bum, bada bum 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 bum, bum bada bum, bada bum bum. ACAE. Via Metro. And then South Dakota. Hey Google, what is the capital of South Dakota?
Pierre is the capital of South Dakota.
Pierre. Pierre. Good luck finding anything in South Dakota. Not Rapid City. Anything over here? No. Not see anything. Oh, what's this? Dun, 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 dun. And is this one of those like abandoned airports? Because I've heard a lot about those. I don't know. South Dakota. Winner Regional, maybe. Does it even have a thing? No, it's purely for like 3 guys. South Dakota might be our hardest. What about if we were to come to Aberdeen? Aberdeen Regional. Yeah, we'll go Aberdeen Regional because that's like all we got. Aberdeen Regional, and that is. Hey Google, what is the code for Aberdeen Regional in South Dakota? Hey Google, what is the code for Aberdeen Regional in South Dakota?
On the website phone2.io, they say, area code 605 serves the entire state of South Dakota, including cities such as Sioux Falls,
Hang on.
Rapid City,
Alexa,
Keene, and Pierre, the state capital.
Aberdeen Regional.
And what code is that? Oh, it's in Delta. No, that's not it. Hang on. Aberdeen Regional. KABR.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to find anything in the middle of nowhere.
So, and what is their capital, just so I can give it to him?
Okay, yeah. So South Dakota, the issue with South Dakota is that it is like quite literally out in the middle of nowhere.
Pierre. They're all regional. Oh, Pierre. So, not I know roughly where it is. Okay, that's like, I don't see. Right there, I don't see. Like a terminal. Right, I don't see any kind of like terminal right there, you know?
I mean, I see a gate. I see a place with a single gate.
Here. So, I mean, I'm sorry, but it's like Aberdeen dice. Sorry, but Aberdeen's gonna be the best you got. Tennessee, Nashville. Hey Google, what is the capital of Tennessee?
Going to be under descent.
Briefing in a moment. Hey Google, what is the capital of Tennessee?
Nashville is the capital of Tennessee.
Nashville, Tennessee. And they should have a decent airport. John Tune. Oh my word. Actually, that once again, I don't see another. Once again, I don't see anything there. We should. Aha. Nashville International. Okay. DNA. Okay. Well, I think we'll finish the rest of this up tomorrow.
Don't let me forget. In the meantime, though, we need to begin to brief
For top of drop. For our top of drop. Okay.
Let's see here.
Yeah.
Yeah, these
for getting to Darwin.
Oh, and hopefully not doing any Darwin awards.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I could not resist. See here. Take a look at it in a moment. Okay. Yeah, right now we're just chilling. We begin our top of descent here shortly. Yeah, you know, we'll finish it up tomorrow night. Oh, when we get to Brisbane, and tomorrow night we're only getting to Brisbane. Okay. Yeah, tomorrow it'll be the equivalent of Baltimore to Heathrow, actually, because of the 2 legs. Yeah, no, tomorrow we are only getting to Brisbane. Okay. That is the goal. Yeah. I see here. How long do we have until our top of drop? Top of drop is currently estimating 604. Sorry.
So, yeah, 604. Okay.
Make that small, make that one big. Alright, we are off to Darwin. And Darwin is... It's a small-ish airport. What are the winds right now for Darwin? Yeah, what are the winds for right now for Darwin? Let's see here. Right now the winds are 300 degrees 1 knots. So, yeah, we'll take 29 then.
So take runway, arrival via runway at 29. We'll take, you got an RNAV option. I'll take the RNAV Zulu.
I'll take the RNAV Zulu for runway 29er. And what are we on? We'll take the Apna 2 Alpha.
Yeah. By the Apna 2 Alpha. Insert. Direct to Apna now. turn direct to APNA. And I know that that's going to add on an extra few minutes, but I'm happy you're going direct to APNA. And then following that arrival, then 140 level by at or below 140 at ANAP, and then no. So for hang on. Yeah, we're taking a T9. Yeah, we're taking for T9er. Yeah. So it's gonna be at or above 130 at Epinam, and then at above 3000 at Dectia. And then it's 11,000 foot runway. And we were going to take the RNAV X-ray. Yeah, we're going to take the RNAV X-ray. Unless you want to do it, use an ILS. Yeah, in that case, how long until top descent? Oh, that added a bunch of time onto our top descent. Yeah, no. By the time we get there, it's gonna be 3:36 in the morning. By the time we go to get anywhere else on this, it'll be 6-7 a.m. at least. Yeah, by the time we were to get up back in the air, it's gonna be closer to 3. Yeah, no, I'm just not gonna do that tonight, guys. I'm just not gonna do that. It's like there's no reason to. There's no reason to. I mean, we have plenty of time to complete these. Yeah, I really wanted to get to Brisbane today, but we're not even getting to the next waypoint. And so I'm not that disappointed about it. And yeah. With that said, though, tomorrow I think we'll be back in the A350 tomorrow. I want to say. Preliminary, you'll be back in the 350 tomorrow. I think, though, that's no guarantee. We may or may not try to give something else a go, though. Yeah, we're gonna try to get. We're gonna be back in the. I think we're gonna. Yeah, I think we're gonna be back in the 350 tomorrow. Either that, or we might end up in. We might try to give the Dreamliner a go. I don't think we're gonna try to do that though. The Dreamliner is more usable in 2020 than it is in 2024, and I don't have 2020 anymore. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't know. You're kind of running out of aircraft, so we could do this. I mean, definitely don't want to use A320s on these. Under no circumstances do I want to do that. You know, yeah, under no. I mean, we could use 737s, but the thing is that I don't have a good one, so. I don't have a good 737 yet in the sim. Let's take a look here. The G needs to release an update on it this week. Yeah. Feel it soft. Oh,
I'm curious about flying. I'm curious about what that is. Yeah. That was a while. That was a while back. Yep. It's no longer possible to continue available. Okay. I guess never mind. Never mind about that then. Yeah. I don't know what aircraft we're gonna use tomorrow. I don't want to use the 777-200 or the Dash 300. Even though I love the 777s, but those we've been flying a lot, and those things I would like to preserve for the Baltimore to Heathrow's, and preserve those only for those. With that said, though, I don't really have that many more options in terms of what we could use. And we have the A340, we have the A350, which is what we've been using up pretty much to this point. And we could use A321, but that'll go slow as shit. And plus, those are not like properly meant to. Okay, those things are like properly meant to go this far, but just barely. So, I mean, I don't use those, and we're just wasting time, and it's like 15-20 minutes each flight. So, and that's a significant amount of time. So I don't really want to use those. Yeah, I really don't want to use those. Considering maybe... Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what aircraft we have. I'm considering just continuing in the 340, which what we're in right now. But, like I said, I don't know. This thing's gonna scream at us here soon if we don't get the destination data. And well, top drops in 6 minutes. So. Anyway, I don't know. I just don't know what aircraft we're gonna take tomorrow. I have a few ideas, but again, don't really know. This will be our first time in Australia, and we are going to just get this thing on the ground because the frames have dropped. And I forgot to do the thing, so I forgot to do the thing. And there'll be no flying with David this week because he is currently going to Birmingham for I don't know what reason, that bastard. Anyway, he deserves a bit of a break. So there'll be no flying with David this week, unfortunately. Yeah. Sudag. You'll be gonna top descent here shortly. Bum 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 bum. This thing's ready for that thing's ready for some arrival information. NH1008. NH1008. The wind is 300 degrees, 100 knots. 300 at 11. Okay, I can agree with that. Cav okay. 3-4 for 2-2. And once again, we're taking the RNAV. We are taking the RNAV X-ray. They'll begin to take a look at that in a moment. Meantime, down to... You can begin your descent now. Darwin traffic speedbed 938 Whiskey beginning descent now. Flight level initially down to flight level 290 from 390 Darwin traffic. All right. Yeah. I went RNAV. X-ray, or sorry, approach. For 29, I went RNAV, the RNAV Zulu. The RNAV Zulu, 3000. Yep, we are going to take the RNAV, because I think the RNAVs are better. Boom, 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 ba ba da boom. And wait, we are arriving into Darwin. Yeah, and then we are in Australia. We're in Australia, mate. There, mate. Yeah. And then tomorrow we get to make our way over to Brisbane. So yeah, I do think that tomorrow we're gonna resume work in the 350. I don't know yet. I don't know yet though. I don't know 100% for certain yet. We are about to arrive at Darwin, and we're gonna cut it off at Darwin because, like I said, the next leg. By the time we get on the ground, by the time we already be able to be back up in the air, it's not gonna be until 3. Right, we're gonna be on the ground around, roughly speaking, around 2:45-ish. By the time we can get back up in the air, it's gonna be 3. Meanwhile, the next leg's gonna be another 2.5 hours long, if not 3. That'll take me like straight out to my limits, and I'm already feeling a little tired as is. And it's like, why not just get to Brisbane tomorrow night instead of tonight? Right? It's like there's no reason not to. I mean, yeah, there's no reason not to. We're making progress though, and that's the main thing. Right, we're making loads of progress on this. So
Alright. Increasing descent in a moment. We intercept at altitude 3,000. And yeah, we're just gonna most likely do our own stuff.
Arriving into Brisbane.
Me and
There's a Qantas departing from Brisbane.
do 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 bum ba da bum 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 ba da bum bum. All right. Give us that little bit of speed break.
Actually, we'll just give it down to altitude 3,000. No reason not to.
No reason not to give it down to altitude 3,000. We can chuck the speed brakes away now. So we still need the borrow.
What is the borrow looking like on this approach?
460. But to be honest, it's almost as if I have the runway in sight now. I mean, we're not looking yet, but 460 on the borrow. Descent now to altitude 3,000. For Darwin traffic. Even though I don't have my thing on. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm a little distracted right now as it is. Yeah, we're gonna call it for the night once we get to Darwin. And then once we're at Darwin, we will, and then tomorrow we get to go from Darwin to another place, and then from that other place to off to Brisbane. And then from Brisbane to Sydney. Sydney. And we might actually get some A2C. Because, yeah. But can you believe now that we are actually we are actually kind of now closer to LAX than we are to Gatwick? I mean, right now we are truly like halfway around the world, even though we're only on like leg 20. But yeah, no, it's like we are actually like halfway around the world right now in areas that we have never, ever, ever been to. We have never been to these areas right here. We have never, ever, ever been to these areas. We have the field in sight yet? Not quite.
Yeah, no. We have never, ever been to Australia.
Right, but I mean, right now, we are actually quite literally closer to LAX and closer to San Fran than we are, and closer to Hawaii than we are to to anywhere else. Right. Than we are to Heathrow right now. So I mean, it's completely possible to do this to do the flight in 2 days. But I mean, gosh, you'll be pushing your aircraft to the absolute max. I mean, you'll be literally sitting at MTOW. You'll literally be sitting at your MTOW, and most likely wishing you would take a pause. So, yeah, no, you'd be quite literally sitting at your MTOW.
And there's a reason that those things are called are known as ultra long range, because they are. It's like the Earth, the planet's 7,000 miles in diameter. Sorry, no, it's not. The planet's, yeah, the max an airliner can fly for the most part is around 7,000 miles, and that's empty with loads upon loads of fuel. So, I mean, yeah. Unit 1008. And I still don't have the field in sight yet. Maybe I do. I don't know. Anyway, that's fine. Darwin traffic, speedbed, 93 whiskey, descending now altitude 3,000 feet. Oh, by the time we turn final for the RNAV, Zulu for runway 29er. Darwin traffic. Yeah, no, I can appreciate just a little bit of a drag right there. Yeah, I'm tempted to land this thing with the yoke. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie, I'm tempted to land this thing with the yoke. So the yoke, in my opinion, the yoke does give me a bit more control of the aircraft. Though at the same time, we should be, it's an Airbus plane, we should be using the side stick. Alright, how long do we have to touchdown? We got about 50 miles to touchdown. Got about 50 miles, 50 miles to touchdown. And then, just to be crystal clear, that's key direct to Nello. Actually, screw it. We're switching. I'm switching now for the ILS. Direct to there. I'm switching out for the ILS. For the ILS, Zulu runway 29er. Intercepted altitude 3,000. And we might need some extended delay vectors. Speed 250 knots, please. Gotta pull the speed all the way back now. You may need a hold. Shut up. We're fine. And I believe that is the airfield in sight right there. And if that is the case, then we are way too high. Yeah, no, this thing is even telling us to hold. I mean, there's the airfield.
Yeah, we will actually. Where's the hold? Yeah, let's go ahead and take up a hold at the par. Vectors for descent. Hold at La Par. The right turns. Inbound course is 28. Yes. Insert. At speed. Darwin traffic speedbird. 93 whiskey is slowing speed 210 knots or about. We're most likely going to have to hold at La Par for at least 1 or 2 orbits. Due to altitude. Darwin traffic. Again. Erase. Darwin traffic, Speedbird, 93 whiskey, heavy, gonna turning direct now to La Par, where we will take up a hold for approximately 5 minutes. Once again, due to altitude, Darwin traffic. Yeah, I'd much rather take it up in a hold, though, than us not. You know, I'd much rather take up the altitude in a hold. Yeah. And yes, it's what it's gonna do is it's gonna do this. It's gonna do this right here. The British and us loving our holds. I mean, it's true. We do love our holds. It's true. They're not wrong when we say that. When someone says that the British love holding and love our published holds. Yeah. I mean, they're not. No one's ever wrong about that. Yeah. All right. Essentially, what this thing's gonna do is in a moment it's gonna turn us. I think anyway. It's gonna turn us, and then it's gonna do this. Gonna do a bit of a figure 8, I think. Yeah. Darwin traffic, Speedbird, 93 whiskey, entering into the hold at La Par. And I'm very well aware that we are currently in the wrong direction for that. The FMC has it all planned out, so we're going to do a bit of a figure 8 to adjust for it. In the meantime, we are descending altitude 3,000 feet. And before we leave the hold, we will be fully configured for landing. Darwin traffic. Lazy dumb nuts. Yep, no, we're gonna. This is gonna do this, right? Meanwhile, we are descending. And actually, we might only need to We might get lucky. I don't know. It'll be 1 minute legs, so you're expecting about a 2-3 minute delay. Send.
By the time we leave the hold, it will be fully. Will need to be.
Fully configured for landing. So yeah, we'll hold. We'll most likely hold for another orbit. Get our flap. Get some more of our flaps out, and all that lovely jazz. And then it'll be good. Yeah, but I mean, so the airfield's somewhere over there, right? Yeah.
Wait, what the hell is it trying to T9er?
We have the correct runway in, correct?
At Toronto.
No, it's not that. It's arrival via vias. Speed, whatever. Speed 190 now. And their floats over there. Yeah, it should do this. Yeah. You know what, we need to figure out
What the hell's going on here?
it's the ILS Zulu, right? Vias La Par. Insert, there we go. Just be 100% crystal clear, we're still holding. Right? Yeah, we are still holding. Unless, actually. Alright. At least I thought it should still be holding.
Knowing how to put it in hold is one of those things that's essential, by the way.
Alright.
Let's maintain that heading of 115 degrees.
Then direct to La Par. Actually, let's get the localizer up because, yeah.
And then just verify on the ILS. The borrow is
290.
In a moment, we're gonna
Go ahead and turn. Oh, let's see here. Performance. Next phase. It's 290 on the borrow. (131) on the approach speed. Darwin traffic, Speedbird 93 Whiskey exiting the hold now, turning direct
to La Par.
to pass La Par at altitude 3000. Going to be arriving for the Gonna be on the ILS for runway 29er. Darwin traffic. Let's make it 270 heading. And by the way, you are clear for the approach. You are cleared to the approach there. Speed 170 now. There we go. There we go. Past Le Par.
There we go.
That's here. And Darwin traffic, Speedbird 93 Whiskey is going to slow speed 160 knots until 4 mile final. Darwin traffic. Auto brake medium. Actually, auto brake low for this airport. Flaps 3 now. Joining the ILS.
There we go.
There we go. Bit of a messy hold. Bit of a messy holding pattern.
We'll take a look at what that looked like in
a few moments.
Anyway, we are not a lazy bastard.
And we are not a lazy bastard. We have taken up a hold we took up a hold as appropriately for descent reasons. In the meantime, okay, arm the ground spoilers. Darwin traffic, Speedbird 93 Whiskey, heavy, fully established ILS, runway at 29er, about 7.5 mile final. Darwin traffic.
2,500.
Noted. Gear down. Flaps to full. On the we are established on the ILS, and I have a runway in sight. In case of go around, it'll be up to 3,000 in the standard missed approach. Noted. Not gonna lie, it's feeling a little shallow. Not gonna lie. To whoever's tuning in, this is Darwin International Airport in Australia. We were just not lazy and just took up a little bit of hold vector for descent. The lazy way to do it would have been to A, plummet and try to pull out of the plummet, or B, extended radar vectors. No, we decided to do it the proper way of taking up a hold. Alright. Darwin traffic, last call. Speedbird 93 Whiskey, heavy, short final now. ILS runway 29er. Last call, Darwin traffic. Dun 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 boom. Bum 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 bum. Got a slow to our final. Noted. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. My controls. This is looking tidy. Don't muck it up. You dumb piece of shit. You're a little low. You're a little on the low side.
300. Above.
Continue approach, stable approach, runways in sight. Cabin is ready. No, landing checklist complete, all that good jazz.
Minimum.
Continue. $333 feet per minute. Okay. Yeah. Overall, though, I'm not the most upset about that approach at all. Auto brake is off now.
Now we can turn.
You could have had her turn off there. Whatever. They didn't flare enough, that's what happened. That's what happened, they didn't flare enough. Darwin traffic, Speedbird at 93 Whiskey is now vacated runway 27. Oh, sorry, runway 29er. Darwin traffic. And I suppose we can just take stand 2. In the meantime, flaps away. We can go ahead and get an APU online.
Not gonna lie, looking quite beautiful.
Ground spoilers away. And why is there shit in front of my lovely gate? There's so much shit in front of my lovely gate. I think that over there's a Qantas Link jet or something like that. Parking brake set. Is the AP available yet? No, not yet. Nice. AP is available. Engine number 1, engine number 2 shut down. What does News Guy have to give us on that? Yeah, tomorrow it'll be to Cairns and to Brisbane. And Sydney. And Auckland, maybe. Alright, let's take a look here. Close that out. Another 10. Nice. Nice. Max and aligned deviation to 323. Nice. Nicely done, mate. Here's all the co-pilot's job. It was all the co-pilot.
Oh, I do want to go
out there and see what aircraft type this guy is. I think he's most likely a Qantas. If I had to guess. Qantas A320 or whatever. Qantas Link or whatever. I don't know. You'll go ahead and take a look. There could be maybe Air New Zealand. I don't know. That's why I'm curious. I'm curious. Walker Air. Is a Walker Air Transport. Wait, what the fuck? EU, Britain, American, number 404, Whiskey Alpha. What the fuck? What's on the other side? Sometimes deliveries are weird.
Walker Air. Walker Air. He's off to Sydney. Oh, it's a virtual airline.
It's a virtual airline. In the meantime, now we are in our beautiful aeronaut aircraft. So, I was not expecting it to end this early on. I was kind of hoping we'd be able to get to Brisbane, but we're just not able to do that today. I'm getting tired. I gotta be honest. I tapped out about an hour and a half ago. In the meantime, this can do it for me. Oh shit. Alright, in the meantime, that's gonna do it for me. Thank you all so much for tuning in. It's been a blast. And I will see you all